Alright, let's let the intro play. So just sit here a little bit. Seriously, one of the biggest sins in the Metal Gear world. Peace Walker being severely underappreciated. There's 3 games in the series that you can tell had love and actual soul put into them. Incidentally, those are the 3 games that Kojima actually wanted to make. MGS1, MGS2, and Peace Walker. That's why those are my top 3. The rest is a series of unfortunate circumstances. Safi, you didn't need to time out the guy. This other guy, however, totally deserves to try again in 24 hours. Wait, what the fuck? Why? Freaking Twitch mod view, man. Why did I start using that shit? Nah, fuck. I'm too lazy to type in 24 hours. Just get a 10-minute timeout for now. Maybe it will rearrange your thoughts then. But yeah, we didn't need to time out the other guy, Safi. Let's see. Let's come up with a meme name. Large leader. This guy was my other saying. Okay. Paladin, thank you for the 4 months. Now it has to be an alliteration, so large leader, massive manager. There's a couple more. Game tells you right away where it is in the timeline. Don't worry. Ah yeah, imagine being able to start a new game and have multiple save files. It's advanced PSP technology. Yeah, I actually want to go back to Acid Do some acid on stream, seems good. I started Acid 1 a couple times, I never finished it. And I hear a lot of good things about 2. I should definitely finish 1 first. But yeah, maybe sometime after the marathon I'll also do some Acid on stream, just like 3 Dog. Big Boss arrives in a bike. Later leaves in a bike. Also, the first screen literally has more people that the Phantom Pain will render at once. But here's the problem. It's the biggest challenge ever. Trying to play Peace Walker without constantly comparing the features that are better in it with the other game, That is the biggest challenge. That is the problem. Fucking poisoned every other game in the series. Especially Peace Walker because it has a similar structure, only better. And now every Peace Walker playthrough has to turn into this bitch fest of look how much better than the Phantom Pain this feature is. Damn it. Let's try not to. Let's try just to, enjoy some Peace Walker. I'll really have to hold it in. Wow, more than 12 NPCs? All fully rendered and doing things in the background? No way, we can't do that on the Fox engine. Yeah, Peace Walker is actually the only game in the collection that is 1080p. As it wasn't fucking Bluepoint that remastered Peace Walker, unlike MGS2 and 3. It was a company named Genki. So, Peace Walker is actually 1080p. Not that we can appreciate it with the stream at 720, but...
Look alive, ladies! The boss is gonna join us!
You might as well kill yourself now. Boss.
Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking, and how fast you can identify your targets. Therefore, you must first master moving your line of sight. To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up. Good. Look down.
Yeah.
Good. You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. Next, we'll check your left and right. Look right. Good. Look left. Good. You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on.
I don't need to do the tutorial, but it's so good. It's like the best tutorial ever. You don't want to skip it. Just for this guy's voice acting, if anything.
Okay. You can change the controls anytime in Options. Go with the method that works best for you. Next, I'll explain how to change stances. If you just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now! At times, you will need to get low to avoid detection.
Turn that into some bit.
3 stances. Stand, crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button. Tap the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down. I'll say that again. You cannot move while lying down. Is that clear?
Okay, jeez.
Good. Next, we'll work on your movement. Use the left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly. Tilt farther to run. Decide which to use based on your situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making you easier to discover. Be careful!
I love how you still hear the guy getting slammed in the background when the camera changes.
Good! Now we have rolling. Rolling is useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running. You got that? Tap the crouch button while running! Don't forget it!
game is designed and balanced around PSP environment and controls, so we'll have little odd things like that, of course.
That's it!
Just be grateful we
Next,
can
I
play
will
in
explain
PS3.
how to attack without gunfire. You may run into an enemy unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo. You'll still need an effective attack strategy. One well-placed strike and the enemy won't know what hit him. To strike an enemy, press the attack button while standing still. On my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take down your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Captain Jaffa, thank you for the 92 months.
Fine work, boss! Next, we're gonna practice using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will shock them with 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving end of that is guaranteed to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it, then press the attack button. You'll be glad to know we're using mock stun rods for this training session. When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fuck off, Moth Revengeance. Stun run to the dick.
Fine work, boss!
Very convincing
Now
acting.
we'll move on to CQC. CQC, or Close Quarters Combat, refers to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat. There are various CQC techniques. We will go over each of them. Don't get cocky because you think you know them. This will be different from what you're used to. Pretend you are learning it for the first time. The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left stick. Be sure to press the attack button when the icon appears.
You can tell
Now,
that we've recorded
wait
this.
for my command and throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Next, I'm going to teach you how to restrain an opponent close to you. This is a cornerstone of CQC. Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands. What you do from there is up to you. Just know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind. Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them. To throw an enemy to the ground, press a direction on the left stick when you have them restrained. Restrain your opponent and throw them on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Now we will try CQC against multiple enemy opponents. You can also take out a group of enemies by throwing an opponent you have restrained. First, restrain an opponent by pressing the attack button near them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick toward other enemies, you can send your captive flying straight into them. On my command, restrain and then throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Well, they only re-recorded this like 1 year after the original lines. Maybe 1.5 years. It's not as noticeable. Makes sense.
Fantastic! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
You never finished MGS-V yourself? Don't worry, nobody has.
Fantastic! All right! Why don't we do something special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fantastic! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
The guys in the background, they're all beat up and tired.
and stuff! That's it for today! Thank you, boss! Snake!
This is when it first hits people. Oh my god. Comic book style cutscenes.
What's going on, Kaz?
We've got guests.
Time to move.
Don't worry, it's not our friends from Langley. I brought him. Made sure we won't fall.
Thank you, Big Boss.
Call me Snake.
Sorry, Vic Boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in Revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do either.
As far as young Snell, somebody touched your special game, PP. The PP.
Here.
Ah, thank you. I feel like a new man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican coffee.
So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua?
No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the U.S.
And your government can't just give them the boot?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9. It says Japan renounces war and can't maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology. That you will fight any foe. Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
The government's agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please, you must help us.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good. You'll have to find a political solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No. I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace. Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
Paz. Peace.
No kidding. That's my name too. Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace. Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in La Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible things to her.
And right as we're told that
Somehow
she's
she
supposedly
managed to
16,
escape.
you can do this. Thanks, Kojima.
Thank God.
She's huérfana. Her mother died when she was small, and she lost her grandparents in the Civil War. She hates war with a passion like no other.
My name is Paz, and I will do anything to protect my namesake. It is my one and only purpose. Please, get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
Miller here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel. Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your memory. Use the left stick to move. Use the right stick to adjust your view.
Alright, let's change some settings here. Let's see.
To change your settings, use the Start button to open the menu. There's no one around. Why not try some shooting practice? Select a target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1 button. Then press the R1 button to fire. How about a little shooting practice? Try hitting a coconut. Select equipment by pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button. To check your map, press the Start button to open the menu. The M16 is a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire.
It's a little hard to get all of the lines out of Kaz here.
Perfect. That's right. Nicely done, boss. That's it. That's right. Nicely done, boss. The Mark 22 tranquilizer gun can put enemies to sleep. The closer to the head you hit, the more effective it is. Tranquilizer rounds are hard to come by. Don't waste them. The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss. Ah, a perfect target. Looks like you won't be the first to put some holes in it. Some peaceful paradise. That means you're not alone out there. The enemy could be near. Why not sharpen your skills here a bit before you bump into one of them? With auto-aim, you'll lock onto enemies automatically. Only problem is, you can't target specific body parts. Auto-aim effectiveness will vary from weapon to weapon. Using auto-aim enables you to quickly draw a bead on the target. It's not entirely reliable though. If you want accuracy, go manual. Auto-aim only works with live targets. That means it won't snap to some threats. So be careful. To use the stun rod, first unequip any other weapons, then ready it with the L1 button and strike with the R1 button.
Clearly this conducts electricity.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're just starting.
Amber doesn't grow on trees, you know.
Kinda does in this game, actually. See what else we can get out of him.
Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake. Use the L1 button to ready throwing weapons. Once you've readied the weapon, throw with the R1 button. When using throwing weapons, hold the attack button down longer to throw farther. You won't throw the weapon until you let go of the button.
I wonder what happens if you run out of grenades here, because you need one to break down the gate. There's probably more. That's why. They probably respawn endlessly. Nice. Even comments in that.
That's right. Nicely done, boss.
Yeah, they just respawn here.
The facility you're headed for is past that fence. A grenade should be able to take out that gate. Nick, don't you think you could use a little more practice?
Yeah, he always says that.
That is a scarecrow.
You satisfied now, Kaz?
The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. That's it. Make your way east.
Okay, maybe now he's happy.
gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. Break
One
into the
and
mercenary
only.
business for real.
Little portable
Let me
ops
guess.
reference.
You're doing it for her, aren't you?
Back for up in San Geronimo.
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us. They're willing to give us an offshore plant. A place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, Kaz. We're nomads. We always will be.
What? You'd rather keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the time?
The second we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, it's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a sec. That would mean...
Our friend, the Professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the Professor.
I was a heavy smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. You stopped using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American Somoza regime. In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and providing aid to the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
You're manipulating Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think America's just gonna let that happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already here.
And that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the border in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa, where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A Quetzal?
The Phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all... Many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the Boss. What? The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs?
I am loyal to myself.
Boss is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side. And that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this. Wait!
Snake?
I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
Hey, Cut Up Soldier, thank you so much for the sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream, man. Welcome aboard. Alright, time to deal with this advanced PSP AI here.
There they are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected. Avoid combat whenever possible.
So Peace Walker doesn't have a difficulty setting. Instead, each mission has its own difficulty. So towards the beginning of the game and in general, you know, the main mission story, that's gonna be on the easy side of things.
Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill
What's
you
up?
as save you.
These guys have bright ass orange jackets, slow reaction times, shit aim, basic weapons, because we're just starting out. Took him a while. And the main story missions in general are never
The
gonna
indicator
be
in the
too
upper
hard.
right serves as a compass and shows sound sources. Pay attention to your surroundings. The percentage in the upper right is your camo index. The lower the number, the more easily you'll be spotted. Conspicuous movements
What's
and
up?
loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage.
And remember, the game was balanced for PSP, and we're just starting out.
To the right of that, you'll see your sight gauge. Exhausting it will inhibit your actions. Your life gauge will recover with time. The sight gauge, too. You'll recover faster crouching than standing up. Lying flat works even better.
Yo, Sold Old, thank you for the 5 months. Good to see you. And here we get the trademark starting area with credits on the screen, loading area, and a dock with crates and a forklift. Incidentally, my top 3 Metal Gear games all have this. Just so
Looks like you're
happens.
inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
Hey!
Could there be somebody there? I'm not sure. Maybe. Let me get closer. I can't quite see yet. Oh. Yeah, they had to be that close. Good thing too, that was my last suppressed shot. Oh shit. Interesting how the only games that Kojima actually wanted to make all have a dock area with crates and the title credits on screen and a forklift. Good old forklifts. You got an anonymous gift sub to Dixie Normas. Thank you. I can probably just shoot this guy without the suppressor if we don't miss. That's okay. Of course, the only 3 games that Kojima actually wanted to make are MGS1, MGS2, and Peace Walker. But let's not get too deep into that right now.
We need intel on that base.
Let's just say that it shows. If you play them all, and you know that, it definitely shows. Hacker with the 2 mods, welcome back, thank you.
Yes, sir, we broke him. We acquired the whereabouts of Target 500.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge is cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
Uh-oh. QTE time.
Freeze! The cargo. Where's it headed? What is it?
Air suit! In the mountains!
What's up there?
Ashley Wood.
This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo Spears.
Wait, that would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
Oh my god, nukes. The Metal Gear game. Did you like it?
How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Commandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody would bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the U.S. itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America is too close to spawning another Cuba or two already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test? Showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. Looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
Hey Florco, thank you so much for the 5 months. Reservoir Boy just now with a Prime sub. Welcome aboard, glad you enjoyed the stream, thank you so much. It takes a special amount of IQ to appreciate Peace Walker. Kind of like what M used to do back in the day, and a little bit even today. Yeah. Trying to really convey that there are certain games that really give you the feeling that things were done right and with passion and love. And some not so much. Anyway. Let's put some people in the teams here. But then move Kaz from the combat unit to the R&D team for now. So we can make smoke grenades. Let's develop some stuff. No, I don't need the tutorial, go away. Okay. Suppressor and smoke grenades, which are OP as hell in this game. Take a look at these random guys we have here. Alligator, our best man so far. See what they have to say. Boss, send me into battle. I can handle it. When this fight's over, I'm gonna go back home, find myself a wife. I sincerely hope you make it out of Mother Base. Before I became a mercenary, I was a doctor. Would you like to start this new drug I'm working on? Then why does your medical skill suck? Oh god. It might be him. A doctor. Sometimes I get to thinking, what is human life in the face of truly great scientific research? I was going to a mission empty-handed. I can always borrow gear from my teammates. See, that's one of the beautiful things about playing co-op in this game. They're hinting at it. Even if your gear isn't quite so great yet, you can borrow things from your teammates. And a mission that really gets me motivated. I'm your man. Give me an order. I'll get it done. God, look at this guy's stats. It just sucks. E rank and everything. Lobster, man, his name is Lobster. He's a medic. Yeah, I guess that's his highest stat. I've seen female soldiers being held prisoner, but I wasn't able to save them. Oh shit, is this an MGS1 reference? It might be. But if you love someone, you have to be able to protect them. But I couldn't save her. Almost sounds like it. What Otacon says about Sniper Wolf. But I couldn't save her. You look prettier every time I see you. Need a dentist? Back in my dad's day, every army battalion had its own dentist. This guy kind of looks like Johnny in MGS4. And we will find portraits of these soldiers are supposed to be little Easter eggs and look like certain other characters or people. You could argue that this guy kind of looks like Gray Fox in Metal Gear 2. That's why I saw fireworks last time I was in combat. Did they really make a weapon like that? Did they hint at other things that appear later in the game as well? Interesting. Or co-op features. Alright, well, we don't have a whole lot of people right now. I think he's only a C rank because of the little morale boost he's getting from being in the same team as Kaz. Yeah, he's gunsmith. But I couldn't save her. This one kind of looks like Kaz, yeah, I know. I wonder what's up with that. Come on, man. Alright, mission selection list. We have an alt tab with both main missions and side missions, except the side missions in this game. They have context and timing and sometimes tapes and calls about them. Like for example, we just knocked out the guy in the QTE in this mission, right? So now the side mission is Snake has knocked out the radio soldier, so somebody else has to go and Fulton him while Snake is doing something else. So we actually can't play as Snake for this one.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there. But we can't just leave him there to be found. I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
Some of these side ops will have context and a little bit of story to them. Can use Snake, so we'll have to use our next best man, Alligator. Alright. We might as well Fulton everybody, not just that guy. So let's address the elephant in the room. There's a lot of fucking tapes in this game, but they're good tapes. And like I always say, this was designed as a portable game. So you're not really intended to sit down and listen to all the tapes at once, like, well, you know, not doing anything else. That's what we're doing, but it's not designed to be played that way. Again, it would be really stupid if somebody went and did this for a home console game, you know? That's not designed to be portable. But yeah, we'll go through all these tapes. And understandably, at the beginning of the game, there's a lot of tapes because you're being thrown into the game's world and context of the characters. Because the characters actually have backgrounds and motivation and you know, the story and personality and conversations with Snake. And every time we find another important character in this game, we'll have a whole bunch of tapes like that about their personality, feelings, background, relationships, and all that stuff. So understandably, it's a lot of tapes, but they're really good. And a lot of the Peace Walker experience is just taking in the writing, the characters, the tapes, you know, the context, the story, even little things like the geography, the level design that they talk about, the sound and music design, that kind of stuff. It's all really good stuff. But first, let's just do this mission quickly. Here we are again.
Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
So Alligator isn't quite as good as Snake. Running speed is slower. His health is lower. CQC damage is lower. Recoil control isn't quite as good.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard
We
helicopter.
don't really see it with Tranquilizer, but if we try to mag dump with the M16, you'll see that the recoil is... It goes all over the place.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Damn, it's like this guy's never fired in full auto before or something. But imagine having all these little
Try using Fulton
gameplay
recovery.
features and combat ability broken down
Knocked out soldiers back here. Okay.
in
You're done
different
with that area.
skills
Head for the goal.
and actually feel them during gameplay. That sure is nice. And also Fultoning yourself.
Good job. Return to base.
Yes, port 6. We have actual guns in this game. The gun details and gunplay are only limited by the PSP technology. Other than that, the design, the names, the behavior of the different calibers, they're all as accurate as can be and have different impact on the gameplay. And there's a lot of guns. But I mean, we kind of have our own personal army, so. Nope, there's no single action army, unfortunately.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake,
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Haas can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
What? Piss is in your name? What are you guys talking about? Piss isn't real. Peace Walker PS3 has MGS4 controls, so I don't know. Makes a lot more sense than certain other controls. Anyway, to fully appreciate what Peace Walker has to offer, you have to put some time into it and get a more complete picture of all the features, all the weapons, all the co-op stuff, all the later harder mission and side missions, the mission variety, all that kind of stuff. Maybe it's not for everybody. Unfortunately, you had to kind of basically you're getting pleb filtered by it. If you don't pass the pleb filter, you won't get a full idea of all the content that this game has to offer. So that's one way to look at it. Yeah, you don't need co-op, but it's fun. Although if you really want to get every little achievement, Each mission has a single player rank and a co-op rank, so you have to S-rank everything with people as well. Anyway, tapes time. Here it is. And we're right at the beginning of the game, so we're thrown into the universe and the characters and the context of everything, so there's a lot of them at the beginning. Just don't think... Dude, the first thing I do when I set up a new console is turn off the fucking notifications for trophies and nonsense and like that. Just play the damn game. The game itself has plenty of content to go through that will make you want to do things if you put the time in. You don't need a little list of things telling you what to do, man. Okay, let's do these.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease? Man, we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss?
If the tapes bother you, believe me, you're gonna miss the writing in these tapes, the conversations, the little exchanges that the characters have, little everything. Because everything gets worse. Perhaps you prefer to hear about some Wolbachia instead. Oh god. Wait a second.
Snake.
Don't fool me.
Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides...
Fine. Just pick a reason that makes sense.
Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long.
Yeah, I hope so.
The Huey is a helicopter in this case. The only helicopter we have right now. I know that there's a guy named Huey, but we have no clue about him right now, and even that's a nickname. And Kaz says the Huey, that's the helicopter.
Remember why we created MSF, Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. but we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation-states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton Recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest.
Maybe my right nut has left the chat. Wait, I think we need some more context. So we had the phantom pain of my left nut, but there used to also be the phantom pain of my right nut. I haven't seen him in a while though. Maybe he changed names. Maybe he's gone. Maybe my right nut has left the chat. So there used to be duo of phantom pain of different nuts. Yeah, right nut is gone. Oh, that's what happens when you have the phantom pain of your right nut. Now we had the phantom pain of my right nut. What?
Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces.
Well, this is certainly a dilemma. Now we have two left nuts. Thank you, anonymous sub-gifter, for gifting a sub to the left nut. What do you do with two left nuts? Damn.
Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
You were above even the nut. Hereby award you the title of Big Nut. Fuck, we should make this next Peace Walker save like that name, Big Nut.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
Let's see. Let's at least try to separate the character stuff from the geopolitical tapes. We'll do these later. Although some are pretty much the same thing because Paz and Kaz both had to talk about it. Let's see. Do these later. Let's do some Paz stuff now.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
Oh shit, now I remember. This tape just reminded me. We were talking earlier, we were talking about how, it's not MGS 5, but MGS V, according to Kojima. We might need to link the tweet again for the non-believers. Hold on. Let's just link that again. So, it has little to do with Roman numerals. It's more about it actually being a V. That's not MGS 5, but MGS V. And the V stands for, well, a few things. There's Venom, there's Vengeance. But this tape just reminded me, one of the things that Kojima talked about, it also stands for victory. Because Kojima legitimately thought that that game is his quote-unquote victory over the West, as in the Western games that touched his PP and impressed him, such as GTA 5. GTA 5 had a huge fucking role in shaping, Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain, and really touching Kojima's PP and impressing him and getting him into the whole open world nonsense. So, and what was that game? Was it also a Rockstar game that Kojima was watching, like maybe a gameplay trailer of it, and it was like vegetation. Maybe it was Red Dead Redemption or something. It was like, oh, look at how the leaves like move when the player touches them. Like, we failed. Like, we have to do this. Was it Halo? Halo 3? Yeah, that's another Western game that impressed Kojima due to the vegetation and how the leaves moved and shit. So, V was also victory, because Kojima wanted victory over these Western games. And if we sit here and talk about how that's just a miserable failure instead, this 5-day marathon might turn into a 5-year marathon, so let's not do that. But this tape just reminded me of the other meaning behind V. Victory. There might be terrible examples, but that's what Kojima was impressed by. It's not I'm not picking the games to talk about. It's what Kojima was impressed by. Was it Halo 3 and GTA 5? God damn it. Victory over the West. Yes.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know.
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
And that's a pretty nice link, Young Snow. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. But that really gets you thinking. Because if Kojima was paying attention to how the leaves move when you shoot the plants, that level of detail, you know, that's consistent with how much of a perfectionist Kojima always is when he develops things. But if he still has that level of like attention to detail when looking at things, that's insane going into Phantom Pain with that in mind. Because those are exactly the things that are completely fucking disastrous and a failure in that game. He asked me to shoot a plant near the start of the jungle level. When it reacted, he nodded an affirmation and walked off. If Kojima will nod at a plant when you shoot it, due to that level of detail, then there's no fucking way that he doesn't know how much of a fucking disaster the Phantom Pain is. Damn. Well... When was that? When was their article? That's kind of interesting. God, the more information you uncover, the worse it gets. Where is... There it is.
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
Maybe Death Stranding wins the piss technology contest. I don't know. Let's do these so we don't get backlogged. This is the starting area that we just played.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans. Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
Hey, so I'm Say with the Prime sub. Cheers, man. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you. Kind of wish we got a few Zadornov tapes as well. That would have been nice. Okay. Let's do some more stuff here. So this tape here will take us into something completely different.
Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, cuz.
So the tape of how Miller met Snake. In English, we only have really just the first few lines of it, and then they cut it short. But there is a much deeper, much more detailed story behind it, which originally was only available in Japan. And Peace Walker has a couple radio dramas about it. One of which is about how Miller met Snake. Yep, we're gonna go into that. So we finally have access to the English subtitles to that Japanese radio drama through Ground Zeroes. So let's just play this first. Hey Dixon, thanks for the 6 months.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Columbia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF. I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries. Despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian Army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior.
Wow. I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
Alright, let's go listen to the full story instead. Hey, cheers, Upgrade. Thanks for stopping by. Young Snow is often in the hobby of being wrong about things. Alright, so let's quickly save here. And now we're gonna take a second to quit the game and go into Ground Zeroes, but not any Ground Zeroes. It has to be the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes. Now, thanks to the fact that you can play MGS-V in Japanese but still have an option for English subtitles, these tapes that only exist in the Japanese version now have English subtitles. So if we go to my Japanese games here, we go to Ground Zeroes, we see that the Ground Zeroes art in Japanese includes Kaz in the background. So the background of the game on PS3, the disc cover, or any art also includes Kaz like that. We don't see that in the Western Ground Zeroes because unfortunately Peace Walker didn't do too great in the West, and they specifically decided to remove Kaz from the Ground Zeroes cover art because they were afraid that people wouldn't know who the fuck Kaz is, and they just wanted, badass action hero, big boss bullshit on the art for Ground Zeroes. This is really sad. It really tells you what kind of treatment Peace Walker got and reception Peace Walker got in the West versus how it's really supposed to be experienced, So yeah, the only reason we see Kaz here is because this is the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes. Now, for those people who might be confused, we'll put a little disclaimer on screen. A little... Wait, okay. We might have to actually fit that. But you know what? This big ass text on screen isn't enough for Twitch chat. I know that. Maybe now it will be noticeable, because inevitably, every time we do this, there's somebody who's like, but this isn't Peace Walker. Oh, well, Peace Walker done already? It says you're playing Peace Walker. This isn't Peace Walker, asswipe. Oh no, did I miss Peace Walker? Well, it turns out there's Peace Walker content in the Japanese version, Ground Zeroes. This isn't Peace Walker, asswipe. So hopefully with a big ass bright red... Oh, fuck.
This? You're nuts.
The phantom pain of my left nut, looking for my nuts. Makes sense. He's looking for a replacement. Okay, we'll just put this in the middle of the whole fucking screen in red. Maybe, only then, maybe, people will know what's going on. But keep an eye out in the chat for the inevitable guy who will come in and be like, this isn't Peace Walker. Did I miss Peace Walker? It's always a fun activity when listening to these tapes. How's Ground Zeroes on PS3? It's complete ass, but we're only playing this for the tapes. So it's not worth the upgrade from 720p to 1080p subtitles to buy or switch to the PS4, specifically for this. Oh shit. Look at this. Online services have concluded. You will not be able to use online features such as uploading records. Game will begin in offline mode. They took down the Ground Zeroes servers on PS3? Wow. Usually it asks me to log in here. But apparently they took down the servers. Soon. They'll take down Phantom Pain on PS4 as well. Nice. That's new. Anyway. We're here for subtitles in 720p instead of 1080p. It's really not worth the hassle to switch to the PS4 just for that. Or buy the fucking game again, Come on, Gather, you can do it. Okay. So we're here for subtitles, mainly. Now, we'll have to put that text back. And maybe, just maybe, that once we go to the tapes menu here, we will have an extra tab that says... Peace and Kazuhira Blues. You don't get this in English. And we'll play all of these. That's gonna be Japanese audio with English subtitles. Where should I put this? Maybe here. It shouldn't cover anything. Let's see. Fuck. Maybe like this. There's 5 chapters even. Go figure. Nah, I don't want to put it on top. It's too easy. There's already people who have to ask who the streamer is because my name is on top. So keep an eye out in the chat for the inevitable person who will be like, "This isn't Peace Walker. Did I miss Peace Walker?" Alright, let's play these. Japanese audio, English subtitles. And it's really good stuff. It will start out as the one tape that we just listened to. But then it goes into actual sound design and detail, you know, radio drama and all that stuff. And much more in-depth story of how Miller and Big Boss started to date. Started MSF.
人生ってのは分からないもんだな。いきなり何の話だ。戦場で敵同士として出会った俺とあんたが今はこうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが。ああ、自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊はどうします、教官。ミラー教官。ああ、教官。二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。待ってくれ。俺はあっちだ。言うことを聞け。あんた俺を大鳥に。違う、急げ。走れ、こっちだ。教官、そっちは。ミラー教官。おい。仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。負傷者の抗争を急げ。露核兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。手が聞こえん。手が上がらない。大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。分かったから両手を見せろ。解釈を頼む。解釈？切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？マジェット。はい、ボス。悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあグレネードだ。
ボス。
安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。手を離せ。そうはいかん。
ボス。
待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。
俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな。
野戦病院、いやテントか。政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。帰れ。話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。帰れ。永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。
何しに来た？尋問か？
違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊か。
軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ。
日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく言いたい。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくりいたぶる。それが終わったらまだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ？
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
え。外見てみろ。 正規軍の奴らが言う処刑、ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ、俺んところに来るんなら全部チャラ、無罪放免にしてやる。
雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作、 CIA の入れ知恵か。
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅、お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴が。あだが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利かさもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてくれ。
何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろ
う。おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな、和平ミラー。
おい。
ん？
俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ？
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か？
ああ。
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
ああ、 たが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重、24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってるやつもたくさんいたんだ。あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中をまるで無知で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従う奴がどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅。もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスポッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールはその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって。よく見ろ、人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ、裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ。
ああ、 待て、何をおじけづいてるんだスネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだろ。
分かった。で、何をする気だ？
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか、まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ？ほら。
うん。これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。どりゃ。でけえ。アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
あんたは7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で、次は
腕相撲、アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め！勝負あり！ボス！さすがですボス！
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め！
あれ？これが、いや、待てよ。この先、ぬるっとした。おかしいな。
よし。
そこまで！
なんだそりゃ。月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ。
さっき取った魚、アロワナを。
そう。しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う。そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバルビワー。
サバ、え？
うん。
あ、そんな一息に。
ああ、うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ。
最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
なった。もういい。
そうか。
Who the fuck is this guy?
で？もう観念して俺の舞台に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか？
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ？柔道か？ わんこそばか？
詳しいな。いや違う、射撃スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を打ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロつきが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。
やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ。だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か。こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあ。
Oops. I fucked something up. I messed up and I skipped a tape. Whoops. Happens because the controller was falling and I caught it. Where were we? We can skip back.
あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろ。
God damn it. I keep trying to use Peace Walker tape controls.
That would explain everything.
It was for fucking Kiefer, man.
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎ
You
か。
skip back a little bit. It was around
お前はこ
here.
の場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか。
楽しかったよ。だがあんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか。俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ。
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か。
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界に呼応する。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか。こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか。
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか。
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか。
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。来る。くそ。俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことか。
いつの間に。お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク離せ。
ミラー教官、すみません。
なんだと。
ミエルだ。ミエル、ミツバチ。お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを。
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。 あれもあんたの仲間か。で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。裏切ったのか。決断をしたってことだ。ああ、はい、ボス。それにしてもお前、監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか。諜報活動はまだまだだ。忍者の家系じゃないからな。だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらはみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。どうやって抱き込んだ。正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあ、これでお前も観念しただろう。そうか、カリスマの違いってわけか。さあ、だってどけ。待て。俺は一人でも生きる。止まれ。撃つぞ。待て。森を持っていきました。あっちはまずいぞ。山賊ですか。日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。ボス、気をつけて。さあ、諦めろ。立て。おい。どうした。かかってこい。くそー。好きなだけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。くそー。いいぞ、つけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ。先がブレてるぞ。離せ。首が折れる。さあ、俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。さあ、どうする。分かったから離せ。あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。観念したが。あんた強すぎる。しかも俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。じゃあ降参するな。いや、俺は負けてない。なんだと。まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。お前まだ。だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。金儲けをする気はない。そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。なんだ。認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。俺のは夢なんかじゃない。俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。だが運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。国境なき軍隊。ああお前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか、理由が分かった気がする。そうか。結局失敗した理由もな。相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。 立てるか。
起こしてくれ。よろしくな、ボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろ
う。そうだ。あんた、女は何人くらいだ？
ん？
ものにした女だ。
ああ。お前は？
これくらい、いや、これくらいだ。あんたは？
俺か。俺は。
スネーク。
気づいたか。囲まれた。
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
二人だ。連続
見事だ、スネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか？
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍、反政府勢力、どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが、救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時ケーキ。コンタクト正面サブガン。クリアムーブ。
Alright, cool. As you can see, Kaz did win one contest. Maybe that's why it all worked out in the end. Alright, let's go back to Peace Walker before people get confused some more. They don't really get the extent of the relationship between Kaz and Big Boss in English, you know? I feel like that little radio drama alone, there's a lot to contribute to that. Little jarring to go back to English Kaz here right after this. Yes, Snake does consecutive CQC, you just haven't played Peace Walker enough. Aha, that's a Peace Walker thing. Once we get a little deeper into the game, and we have online recruiting, which on PSP actually depended on which Wi-Fi networks you could see and your heroism. The PS3 version, I think, is only heroism based. But when you're trying to recruit new people on the beach, when you CQC them, that's when he does consecutive CQC, even in English. Arcane, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome aboard. Large leader. The bromance with Ocelot, meh, lame in comparison. Yeah, during regular missions and gameplay, you get next for CQC, but once you do the recruiting, which we don't even have yet, that's when you hear consecutive. Alright, we have more Pats and Kaz tapes. We're still at the beginning of Peace Walker. Where was I? So we basically played this, but the cool version of this. Now let's do some other stuff.
Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to Co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
2 men in a box. Big Boss is kind of silly after MGS3. What MGS3 did you play? Big Boss is plenty silly in MGS3. Some of these tapes are made to be silly, you know, but there's plenty of good ones as well. I mean, they're good and serious. I mean, 2 men in a box.
Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss. Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman?
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
Wow. Japanese company. We got some more from that from Cecile later about it. But yeah, you can research the Walkman in this game, and they're all real-life models up until the recent models, which doesn't make any sense, but you know, up to 2010 when the game was developed. Okay, let's see. We have all the political stuff here. We'll do that later, and here as well. I think that for now, somebody accidentally put some gameplay in these tapes.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake.
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, He has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Paz can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
This is not really a tape, it's a radio call before the main mission, so it's also what introduces the tapes and the radio and being able to talk to Paz. But yeah, it's been a while, so in the context of each main mission, we're gonna do the call before the mission. Also, I lied, there's more tapes. Because each mission also has tapes about that mission, not specifically the tapes under each character. So some of these, I'm not entirely sure why it thinks that some of the political stuff is about this mission, but there's the geography related stuff, and some of these you will find also in the other menu, but some are only in this menu, unique to the about this mission menu. So yeah, I lied, there's some more tapes. Yeah, like these we can do later in her tape menu. Okay.
You probably heard this a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number 1 in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare.
Guerrilla warfare. You can tell, because like, make contact with the FSLN Commandant is the tape about this mission, and there's also like generic ones, like if you know what the tapes are, more or less, you know that you can do these from the other menu as well. So yeah, it's a little bit of a handful knowing which tapes to play and when. But like, that's actually one of the reasons we started New Game until much later in the game for the second ending. Because if you do quote-unquote New Game Plus where you have everything unlocked, you already have all the tapes, it's a fucking mess pasting them.
Going by this map, you've got a lot of different terrain types between you and the hut where the Sandinista Comandante is being held.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Starting with jungle.
The enemy won't be able to see you very well, but your visibility won't be so hot either. Stay alert. Next, you've got the swamps along the river. Make sure you get a good feel for how robust surveillance is before diving in.
Will do.
Finally, there's the boat repair cabin. The Commandante's in there. It's a key enemy outpost, and security is going to be tight. You may have to let brute force do the talking. You still have a long way to go, Snake. Use caution and don't make a racket out there. Got it?
This game squeezed every bit out of what the PSP could do. Hold on. Wait. Wrong menu.
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
Rendering distance.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
Hold on. Gameplay? Maybe. It's 1974, Dwarven Rock. Okay. Chapter 1. Leave your chapter jokes. Or just get out of your system now. Imagine having chapters. More than 2. More than 3. Even. Yep.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there.
Slam her to the dick.
You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window. Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
What is going on, Mei-Ling? What are you doing with the 5 gifted subs? Thank you. Mei-Ling gets mad when you gift subs in her channel. Oh, you like the Ground Zeroes tapes? Nice. Look at this technology here. So we have water, mud. We can zap it. And it carries over all the way. Technology. Wow. That guy should notice them.
What's going on? There must be hostiles in the air. Ah!
Don't ask why I don't get zapped. Oh shit, he saw it. See, the effect is it's not as effective at that range through the water. We have to do it multiple times. And their face is not in the water now. They don't
Helicopter
drown.
is complete. Fulton
These
recovery
footprints.
subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Shit.
This is Miller, hearing you loud and clear. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window. Dinosaur footprints? Nah, it must be some sort of large bird.
That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. What could have...
When you're up against a wall, press the R1 button to tap on it and get the enemy's attention. Dinosaur footprints? Our future is in your hands.
Okay.
Are you familiar with leafcutter ants, Snake? They help mushrooms grow. We have them in Costa Rica. The mushrooms provide the ants with spores to eat, and in exchange, the ants protect them from predators.
Kinda like us, huh?
That is not why I brought it up.
Big Voss with a 104. Holy shit, man. Thank you. That fish just got the fuck out when I aimed at it. I don't think we can actually kill it. Did you disappear? But we can't swim in this game, but at least they tell you that you should stay out of the water, yeah?
Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation. Stay out of the water. That's
At
beyond
least there
the
is
scope
water.
of this operation.
That fish is fucked now. Now you can't eat animals in this.
The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Although you can hunt monsters.
Freeze.
You won't have to worry about that one anymore. So long as none of his buddies show up anyway. Go ahead and use Fulton Recovery to bring the target in. Fulton Recovery
Also, we don't
helicopter
believe in
is complete.
ceilings in this game. What's that? Don't worry, just Fulton through.
Who's that?
God, this guy actually noticed me. Maybe. He's not quite sure.
Huh? I think I see someone.
Nah. Oh, shit.
I'm seeing things.
Let's see what
Start talking.
voice acting.
Start talking.
Looks like this is the end for me, too.
Start talking.
If you're gonna kill me, then kill me. I'm no snitch.
Start talking.
As you can see, this voice acting is on par with some other stuff out there. Wow, what a tough guy. Maybe we'll shoot him.
Good. Now meet with the FSLN Commandante. He's inside the boathouse.
He will be convinced about the base.
Fulton Recovery subject.
My god, that low detail model though. Painful to look at.
Faster!
Don't touch me! Get away!
¿Quién es? ¿Eche? No way. What do we do?
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo!
Shh. He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar? I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano, a photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke
Okay.
too.
We can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security. More like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codesa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's. La CIA.
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat, mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade?
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there. But I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it. All right.
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo. Papá. He was la esperanza. Our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me Comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
Es un hombre nuevo! An unmanned weapon! A robot! Chico!
No! He won't survive the fall!
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa and suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well be safe. Over here! Find Chico! ¡Venceremos!
Big Boss's scuffed cover stories are like the best part. I don't know, it's endearing. Every time he tries to come up with some bullshit cover story for new people he meets. I'm a photographer, I'm an entomologist, I'm an ornithologist. Hey, Booker Washington with the sub, thank you so much for choosing to support the channel. Glad you enjoyed the stream, welcome aboard. And we're only gonna get A ranks probably, or lower, because it takes time to watch cutscenes. 1911.
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing, it's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
Damn, who would have guessed that revolutionaries in Central America would look up to Che Guevara? Damn. There's a lot of there's a lot of Che Guevara content in this game as well. People don't really get the context of what is being portrayed sometimes. Oh well. I didn't say only Central America, but Central America is what this game is about. Between Costa Rica and Nicaragua, the FSLN, and all that stuff. So, obviously, and also, MSF being in a similar situation. Of course, Kojima has to compare Big Boss to Che Guevara repeatedly. And there's plenty of tapes about that. Okay, let's see what's going on in Mother Base. Wow, it's almost as if there's multiple sides to each story, and nothing is purely black and white in history. It's almost as if people do good things and fucked up things at the same time. Go figure. Nah, really? I only believe what people tell me to believe. 1911 is the best gun ever. Let's see. We'll need the analyzer. Nothing new here. Just needed to start 1911 development. So we got... It's so hard not to talk about this, in a certain way. Imagine having...
Target practice commencing now. Shoot all the targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over.
Shooting range at Mother Base?
Get as many targets as you can before time runs out. Commence target practice.
Wow, imagine having a scoring system. Imagine if it actually mattered where you hit the target and how fast. Imagine having a dedicated shooting range in Mother Base that's actually indoors. Imagine having different types of targets. Imagine having hostage targets. Imagine having moving targets. Oh my god, the power of PSP is infinite. That counted. Oh shit, there goes the hostage. Oops. Sorry. That didn't count. Bullshit. Although the first target practice is pretty lenient, we should be able to get an S rank anyway. Maybe. I don't know. Fuck. Shit. Speed over accuracy. At least go for a center mass shot. I wonder how many points we need for S rank. Hopefully it's not 30,000. Yeah, that's pretty forgiving, the first one. Now imagine also having a kill house indoor on Mother Base. Imagine having indoor facilities on Mother Base. And imagine using those facilities for story later. I know, right? Just an idea. Anyway, let's do some more tapes. Because we're about to get Amanda and we're gonna get backlogged with these tapes if we get her too, because imagine having tapes for each important character that you rescue. Let's do some of this political stuff here.
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society. But between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenklatura, They ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly. They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict, especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile, and that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
You got a point.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And
what's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting it risks becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
Oh shit, you guys are like, we're on the brink of World War III here. Oh god, maybe. World War under Trudeau's leadership. Not like this Canada bros. Oh no, it's okay, he's just gonna ban war. That way nobody will have war. Can you, how fucked are you guys right now? Can you even like get flintlocks up there? Oh god. What do you have, like 5-round magazines right now? Or something? Yeah, sorry, Canada bros. Just ban crime. Why hasn't anybody banned crime? They should just ban crime. Jeez. Well, what a genius. Anyway, there's no need for current politics when we have 1970s Central America politics.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Around here they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kojima does it again. Of course, Kaz has to be part Japanese now because, well, originally Big Boss was part Japanese, but we fucked up and we retconned his entire origin and existence in MGS3. So now Kaz is half Japanese, so we can plug all the Japanese stuff. Yep. Why not?
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union, and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow.
This Japanese game is telling me that the Japanese camera is the best damn camera around. It's always interesting to me how, you know, Peace Walker is in certain ways the silliest and more, you know, I think originally they wanted the rating to be E for everyone. It has a lot of silly shit and it's the most family friendly game in the series in certain ways, but it also has these very politically loaded tapes and stuff, you know? It's a really interesting contrast going on in the game. All the silly stuff, but also the very, very loaded political stuff. But yeah, if you consider the reason why Peace Walker exists in the first place, it kind of makes sense that they wanted to make it like rated E for everyone. Like a large part of the reason Peace Walker exists is because Kojima's son didn't like the other Metal Gear games, and like a lot of people in Japan, he liked Monster Hunter, and you know, portable gaming is freaking huge in Japan. So the game is structured this way, and we even have the Monster Hunter content in this game because of that. But then, like, they wanted to make it more accessible and sillier and family friendly, and then you have, you know, at the same time, you also have, probably since like Nastasia's calls and MGS1, maybe a little bit of MGS3's briefing, but since those, like, you had the most politically loaded stuff in the series in Peace Walker. Do I think Japan would reinstate a nuclear program and start making nukes? How the fuck should I know, man? I don't have... No, that's maybe a question for Dim. I don't pretend to be nearly enough in touch with that to even have an opinion on it. What's this? Political fiction or political content in the political fiction game? Nah.
You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
How do we achieve world peace? Wall Jr. is asking. I already answered that. Just ban war. I don't know why nobody bans war. Bans crime. Easy.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
I see what you're doing, viewer. Earlier, viewer banned crime, and now she banned war. Except if there actually is a poor bastard on Twitch named Crime or War, they can't come in here now. He literally banned the username. Oh, she removed the ban on war. Viewer removed ban on war. Oh shit. Yeah. Crime is a suspended account, really? If you were just oh shit. Oh shit. Yep.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
Gonzo, you warmonger. You gifted a sub to War. War is an account created in 2011. Why, I wonder, did Twitch preemptively ban or suspend the account named Crime? So that you can't just tune in to twitch.tv/crime for some crime? Or was it somebody who got themselves actually banned? Interesting.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard.
Incidentally, Snake solves the gun control problem in this tape.
What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
Sorry,
but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
What is this stuff here? Oh.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold. Hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There is no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about this stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Yeah, considering how anti-gun David Hayter is, he probably didn't have a good time delivering those lines. Well.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. A new president was elected this year, President Oteber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
Yeah, Hayter is anti-gun. Here is a since then deleted tweet from him when they thought they had an active shooter situation at Netflix. Turned out to be some random bum who walked in and I don't know. But yeah, there's a tweet.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
Let's see. We can go back to this now.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF, and I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the US Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima? The guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion?
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
Alright, let's see. That's probably it for this big chunk of initial tapes. We can do these after we should get Amanda now.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
But wait, it's a mission, so there's tapes about this mission.
There's a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
See,
Oh, God.
but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end.
I wonder how many takes that took him to do that. To drill his R like that, I don't know. Hey, cheers, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Are you just coming back here as soon as you wake up? These marathons can be a little addictive, I hear.
To get... Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah. What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton Recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton Recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable just because you know the terrain. The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah. There's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton Recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
Okay. I wonder if they really want you to actively avoid people when you can just shoot them in the head with a tranquilizer, you know? Maybe that they don't consider the tranquilizer a firearm, I don't know. One of these days will be interesting to actually avoid things instead of just shooting everything, you know? Like here, we can just wait and these guys just pass by. Kidnapping simulator. In this game, you actually had to Fulton people to build up the base to reach the ending. You know?
Amanda went across
Unlike
that
some
road
other
bridge.
game
Hurry.
with base development mechanics where they're completely fucking irrelevant. Is it this way? It is this way.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base. You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the
Yeah,
action
let's just
button near
zap
the
him in the
bridge's
dick.
handrail to hang.
If I had god powers and being able to fix anything in the world instantly, you know? One of the things that I would fix Inequality, world hunger, no. Peace Walker being unappreciated. That's one of the things I would fix. It really seriously pisses me off.
They might be holding FSLN soldiers
Especially since they had to go and make a game with similar structure of fucking leaks out of every hole. Like, if you want to rage, go look at the amount of followers on Twitch
Press the action button in front of a
for
prisoner
Peace Walker
to take
and
them
for
to Mother
Phantom Pain.
Base using the Fulton recovery system. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Peace Walker is about 30k, Phantom Pain is about 300k. 10 times. You'll have no fucking idea.
What's that?
Is someone there?
Well. Yeah, I would definitely remove it from existence, yeah. There's so much fundamentally wrong with how the thing came into existence in the first place.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Looks like there's no way around him. You up for this, Snake? Listen, boss. We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
Imagine having a mess hall team. But food. Maybe that's the joke. All the games are in between 3 and 4. I mean release. Oh god. Okay. Now, Peace Walker was after MGS4, but MGS3 is the beginning of the timeline, MGS4 is the end of the timeline, so all games are between MGS3 and 4. Let's see what we got in here. 2 people. You guys are just trying to trigger me, right? Oh, Rising is the end of the timeline. You're funny.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers. Take it out.
But this is a very easy peasy vehicle because it's the first vehicle and it's a story mission, so it's very forgiving. Escorts. Kojima knows a thing or two.
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with the machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Got it.
Think like a gorilla. What?
Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today. One said to be resistant to Panama disease.
That's what Liquid's talking about in MGS1. Signs of symmetry. What's this music that I hear? Is there something going on in the story that's like a boss fight or a turning point where the music actually changes in the menu? You mean to say this game has sound design? No. Imagine that. Imagine the music changing when things are going on. Certainly, only PSP can do that. Muff gifting a sub to Wolbachia. You have achieved peak Metal Gear memes. Oh shit, the game is loud. That sounds like work. Anyway, smoke grenades
No
are
need
OP.
to take out the armored vehicle just yet. Neutralize the troops first. The accompanying
So many
soldiers
little
are armed
ways
to
and
the
little
teeth.
mechanics
Watch yourself.
about how to deal with these vehicles. But we won't really have to worry about them for the main story. It gets really nuanced and pretty deep mechanics-wise later in the game, though. Imagine that. Depending on the type of vehicle, the type of map, the type of gear you have, and the type of approach that you want to take. And whether it's co-op or offline, the character uses.
Complete.
It's a whole mix of all those
Bolton
factors.
recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
But as far as I'm concerned, we're just gonna wait for these guys to deploy, zap them, and get the guy to come out. Capped. Correct. I'm just to quote there. Nice. Thank you for the prime sub, Capped. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Why is the Fulton so fast? Because this game is not designed to waste your fucking time by Fultoning things that you don't need to Fulton, or developing a base that does nothing to the story. Unlike some other game, it is not designed to artificially inflate your gameplay time by convincing you that you have to walk up to every soldier and Fulton them when approaching a new outpost. Instead, if you just fucking focus on completing the mission, yeah, you'll find out pretty quickly that none of these features are actually necessary and the game is just looking to waste your fucking time. So that people can go like, wow, I played this game for 300 hours, it must be good. fuck. How is this missing? Come on. Fuck, of course.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
Seriously, a little spoiler here. I'll be mentioning this again, but the number one most liberating thing you can do in the Phantom Pain is realize that you don't need to put everybody to sleep, walk up to them, Fulton anything that's not fucking nailed to the ground to continue the game. If you just look at the mission and try to complete the mission with your gear, you will be able to every time. And then the game ends and you're done. There's no reason to artificially inflate the game time. That's the number one most liberating thing that you can realize when playing that game. Meanwhile, in Peace Walker, we actually have to develop things that have to do with the story.
Amanda!
But it's so, like, designed to waste your fucking time, of course. This game lacks mind-clearing missions. Before opening your mouth, be sure what you're typing. This game has mind clearing, and guess what? It's more detailed and advanced, too. And let's let her do it. She's more badass that way.
What are you aiming at? El Chico Libre!
Must be this one.
I will take my own life before I sell out my compas under torture.
Amanda!
Chico.
What? What is it?
Can you roll me one? Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought. I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua. Across the Rio San Juan. And we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining plant. The KGB set it up for us to run. We used the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo never said a word, but we all knew.
Shut up, show me your panties.
Everyone except Chico.
Oh wait, we're supposed to look at her broken leg, not her panties.
Everything we have. Our weapons, our compass. He brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country. Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa! I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight La Revolucion.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas, too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Chico.
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compas, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your
Whatever.
unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
You're a real egotistical woman.
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
What is going on? Raiden is very judgy. Q8 is asserting dominance with channel points. Oh, I see. Sometimes viewers are just being silly, but I think that something serious is going on. You got 1 out of 10 cutscene interaction. Canned soft drink and tortilla chips.
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compas and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can also monitor everybody's health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
So MSF invented Doritos and Mountain Dew, but only in Japan. Probably for licensing issues. They couldn't do it outside of Japan. But if you play the Japanese version, instead of being random generic MSF brand things, they're actual real life brands. So MSF invents Doritos and Mountain Dew when you get Amanda. What? Normally, since she's injured, she would have to be in sick bay with our non-existent medical team, but whatever. If you take people out of sick bay when they're injured, they die after a while. But guess what? Amanda's a unique character. She never dies. So, get back to work. Get it in the kitchen. We don't really need to heal her. You don't need your legs to cook. And it's not my fault that the game gives me cooked food items when we recruit her. Something is going on here. Borderless taste. Hey, look, it's Drebin's soda. Excess body fat can lower the odds of survival in the battlefield, reducing mobility as well as stealth benefits of camouflage. To keep body fat in check, military R&D developed an artificial sweetener which in turn led production non-sugar, zero-calorie carbonated drink. Holy shit. Fat shaming people. Excess body fat can reduce mobility as well as stealth benefits of camouflage. Oh god. That's too good. We should read that more often. Anyway, we recruited a character who supposedly has something going on in their life right now. Now, how should we approach this? Do you guys want Taz to give us a little monologue about them in a loading screen that goes in one ear and out the other, never to be heard or seen again? About the character and the character themselves are completely irrelevant? Or should we actually have a dedicated page for her tapes and having her actively be part of the game story? I wonder what's the best option. Clearly this is the inferior option because, yeah, they had to change it. Basil Effect with a Prime sub, thank you. Yes, of course, we should just have Kaz quickly give a recap in the loading screen and then never to be seen again. That's how the characters work.
Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No, he fought alongside General Sandino, but after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
He is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay, and I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
She's right. Chico's like his dad. Dead.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Aha, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
I was watching Miami Vice the other day. There's actually an FSLN episode. And I totally did that DiCaprio meme pointing at the screen. Like, oh, I know these guys. Because of Peace Walker. Do people do that? Mix two languages while they speak? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially in areas with, you know, lots of immigrants. Like, people raise their kids speaking English and whatever other language. That happens all the time. There was a Bruce Willis episode in Miami Vice, yeah. He was a guest star. He played a villain, I think, in one episode. American and English. Yes, of course, two languages. Now you'll see it very often with Spanish and Chinese, especially.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place. but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a gorilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious? Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or Los Sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate.
Was that a mistake there? I imagine Frente is not like a feminine noun. He says La Frente. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder how much like Spanish speaking people cringe at the Spanish in this game.
Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed out watermelons. Smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about? They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz.
Wish we could see that conversation with Kaz. Not actually in a tape or anything.
A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means, and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
There's always people whose buttholes get inflamed when Che Guevara is mentioned in this game. Context, people. Uh-oh.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet. Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Best game to get introduced to the series, just play the games in release order. Maybe skip Metal Gear 1 and 2. The 2D games are not easy for people to digest, but as far as MGS games, just play 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, and see how you feel about it. But yes, MGS1 is too old and the graphics are bad too. Damn it. Hey Vox, thank you for gifting sub to my Dixie Normas. It is, especially right now. Who could that be? These Twitch usernames, man. My Dixie Normus. Except that's supposed to be something that you don't want to say, that you trick somebody into saying. I really have no problem saying my Dixie Normus. Cool. Probably a meme account and not actually in here, but yeah.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No. Just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America.
Ooh, okay, that's all of her tapes for now. We'll get a couple more later. What is even going on? Ah, of course. We gotta rescue Chico.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's gonna be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear ya. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
I bet this mission has tapes about it. Oh yeah.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests. Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuia. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irasu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here.
What was supposed to be the purpose of Edgelord, Chico, and Phantom Pain, well, before he got removed from existence? If I had to guess, he was probably going to come back as some sort of Grey Fox character, you know? That you maybe would have to fight, and he's all disfigured and stuff. They were probably going to go with something like that. Just like every game since Metal Gear 2 has some sort of that. You know, character from previous game coming back, fighting you, but not really holding a grudge, and ends up helping you or joining you or whatever. That was probably going to be another sort of Grey Fox character, I guess.
Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable, for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson. Amanda, how do I get to the prison camp?
First, head up the narrow mountain path. The path will gradually open up and you'll come to a fork in the road. Watch yourself up there. You'll be lower than the surrounding terrain, so if you head down the middle, you'll make for an easy target.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Take the leftward path to reach the prison camp.
What can you tell me about the prison camp?
Well, it used to be a village until they took control of it. It's a maze of paths, so watch out for soldiers on patrol.
I'll be sure not to stop and say hi.
Use the paths carefully, and you should be able to stay out of view.
Where are they holding Chico?
One of the houses, most likely. You can peek through the doors. Just press the action button when the icon appears. You could also listen to any sounds inside for clues.
Good idea.
Guards will still be on the move while you're looking inside. Make sure you don't get caught. And Snake.
I know. I'll bring him back.
Thank you. I know I can count on you.
It's almost time for Kaz rap. The chicken's at the house, chicken's at the house, the chicken's at the house, chicken's at the house.
Chico Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
Stun her to the dick. Fox Uncut with the 59 months. Cheers.
The basin ahead leaves you completely exposed to sniper fire. I have a bad feeling about this.
Large leader. Stun rod to the
Better be
dick.
careful if you don't want your head blown off.
There's this guy practicing his SVD reloads.
Somebody there?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Has a bunch of magazines with 1 round each. And he just keeps shooting and reloading. I think he misses every once in a while. That's when he gasps. He missed. He has the California model. Unlikely, because that's still detachable magazine and pistol grip. That's an assault weapon. Sorry. But if he gets spotted, he does start using full magazines.
They're using the Scarecrow for sniper training.
Those tracks used to transport coffee. Those tracks used to
Railroads in Costa Rica use 1,067mm gauge tracks, the same as Japan.
Kaz is a railroad nerd, apparently. Locomotive nerd.
We gotta save Chico, Snake. It's to our benefit, you know.
Railroad sounds like a boss fight or something.
Keep your eyes peeled for snipers. A good one can...
Those tracks used to transport coffee.
Head north if you want to find Chico. Chico's in one of these houses. You've got to find him, Snake.
But how do I check inside a house?
Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Press the action button in front of the door.
To check inside a house. Check inside a house. Check inside a house. Check inside a house. If we listen carefully, we don't actually have to check inside a house. We can hear what's going on in there. Except this one doesn't have anything, so it's probably the empty one.
No one here.
Yep. This will change, it's not always the same. It's random every time you play. Somebody's taking a piss here.
Mama!
It's a long piss. Longer than the guy in MGS2. He just pisses forever.
Hey! Hey!
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
Let's see this one. Oh, that's actually Chico. We can hear him freaking out. Okay, we'll come back here because we know where he is now. Burn the house down. Somebody taking a shower in here.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Ah, that's right. There's also that guy that takes a massive piss in MGS4. And it never stops until you get close to him.
Who's there?
Hey. Not this one.
Yeah, the houses change every time. They're random. That's him here.
Chico, is that you?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right. A war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa. Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used.
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos. Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? A cigar, huh? Hey!
It's not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
Spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes.
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
Mi viejo. Papa.
Chico, look at the photos.
Mi viejo.
He's gone, but there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but...
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
This is probably peak Big Boss in this scene, in this game. I really like this scene. War crimes aside, recruiting children into your unit. Then we get those quotes that Skullface later repeats just to fuck with people, yeah. Growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life, and nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all. Back when we thought it would actually have some sort of connection. No, because she was like, lol, I'd fool you. Okay. Also the music in the background here, the piano version of Heaven's Divide. And we got C4
Snake,
from that.
Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon. I might as well have taken a Colibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause. to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Cause...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before? What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Is that right? Okay, sure.
If you want to know more, I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
Okay, Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake.
One day, I'm gonna be a hunter with tits and a sniper rifle.
Weapons and items development is going nowhere fast.
Oh, shut
Send
up.
us some more soldiers with the Fulton. Boss, I had an idea. Listen to this.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags.
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
Interesting that we got that call about not developing things fast enough. We're not Fultoning enough people, I guess. Here, I thought I went out of my way a little bit more to Fulton. You don't get that call all the time, obviously. What is Kaz's problem? Okay, holy shit. Just auto-sign everybody. Chico will be our intel team, just him. And we do need C4. Suppress 1911 is one of the most OP things in this game. But to do that, and we'll be able to do that for a while. R&D 26, Intel 10. Oh well. Yeah, Chico unlocks the Intel team. It's just him for now. Let's do this optional missions. Kaz was bitching at me.
Here's a rundown of your mission. This one's perfect for a warm-up. Nice and easy. Don't let yourself get lazy, though. Stick to it and get the job done.
But yeah, now that we got Chico, we can get all the tapes about him. I have gathered enough information to form a pretty well-informed opinion on why the Phantom Pain is a gigantic disaster, but as you know, we'll play that after this, so I don't really want to talk about it now. But the more info you gather, the more the picture comes together, and it's becoming increasingly clear to me what really happened. Yep. This, yep, gives us the RPG too.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed on
It
board
actually would
helicopter.
explain everything, yes. But basically, long story short, it's yet another Metal Gear game that Kojima didn't want to make, but it was the only thing that would give him the budget to do what he really wanted to do, which is literally not a Metal Gear game, and wanting to recruit Kiefer or whoever he can get his hands on at Hollywood, you know? Kojima had to use a Metal Gear name to, that 360, to get the budget, and then he basically did whatever the fuck he wanted with it, and then slapped the Metal Gear name on it. Which explains why the game is nothing like the others. It wasn't trying to be.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed on board helicopter.
There's several levels to farm high-level soldiers depending on which unit you're trying to build up. But that's late game stuff. We won't have to worry about that for this playthrough.
Head for the
Are you trying to fight me, young Snow?
you up there.
Are you trying to say that what I just said is not accurate? Of course. They give him blank check for Death Stranding. What'd he do? He went and did more of the same thing. Empty open world with actors and his friends everywhere. And then there's a whole revenge aspect of it, of course. Revenge being one of the main themes of the series, of the game. And throughout the series, the main theme of the games is always applied to Kojima himself as well. So, like I said, I don't want to go too deep into it, but there's an interview where Kojima pretty much admits that himself. Oh, I couldn't get the budget for any other IP, so I had to slap the Metal Gear name on it. And my challenge was to keep it Metal Gear, but do what I really wanted to do, you know? That's it. That's pretty much it. Just check my meme tweets if you want to find the articles about it. Alright, Chica time. Oh god.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking. Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
Okay. Have you ever heard, shoot, coward? You're only going to kill a man.
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri. Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF.
Solid guys, huh? Well, you are now aware of Chico's photoshopped hat on his face.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irazu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a Metal Gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
I think it's the way the brim, the hat doesn't really cast any shadow properly. It makes it look like it's just photoshopped on top of him.
Hey, Snake, are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything! Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
We'll do these monster apes later. No reason to do it now. Yeah, he's an intel team by himself.
According to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
Hurry, but the tapes.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too, all to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafetal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
It's funny because she knows the guy too.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there, and that is why they named it
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did, but the bananas helped complete it. So they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Well, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
Amanda, do you know the way to the rail terminal?
Remember the locomotive by the fork in the road before the village?
Yeah, back in the jungle.
Follow the train tracks from there, and you'll come to the terminal. But there's a plant along the way.
Disguised as a coffee factory?
Yes. It is their drug refining plant. La CIA controls it now. Cutting through there is the shortest way, but it'll be crawling with soldiers. If you want to go around...
No, forget it. If that's the shortest way, that's the way I'll take. Besides, it's one of their bases. It'll be good intel.
Very good. A number of guards at the plant are positioned on high walkways. Be sure to study their movements before you advance.
Or I could just snipe them first.
The plant's layout is another maze, I'm afraid. Stay cool. Make your way out of the plant and you'll arrive at the terminal.
You know a lot about this place.
What are you saying? I've been there before, when the KGB ran it, yes. But it is not as if I enjoyed it.
No, I just meant you know a lot about how the enemy works.
I hope so. Anyway, did you talk to Chico about the terminal?
He said it's where they transfer the cargo onto trucks.
Meaning the facility is of considerable importance to them. Don't get careless.
I won't.
By the way, I've heard of a shortcut that cuts straight to the coffee factory, to the east of the village. But I've never used it myself. Check it out if you're interested.
Thanks for the tip.
We'll need something like a box for that. Curious how they call it a maze inside there. I guess on PSP with the dreadful camera controls, maybe you could get lost, but I don't know. It's a very mild definition of a maze. You can probably look up a YouTube video of all the tapes and see how long it is.
On the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first. To get to the coffee factory, you'll first need to backtrack to the fork in the road. Fulton recovery to helicopter is complete.
This is a shortcut she was talking about. I just need to poop out my box real quick. Plop. And they give you another box on the other side. Nice. Just a pink oversized box. Very stealthy. Oh no, there goes the box. It didn't last long. Fuck. I didn't think it would break in one hit, but I guess it's a grade 1 box or something.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery to helicopter is complete.
The rail terminal should be in El Cadalso.
That cargo's bound for the rail terminal in El Cadalso. It has...
Oh shit, I forgot about this guy.
Don't relax just yet, eh? More of my compas might be in there. Please, please help them.
He's attacking. Going to alert status.
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
Oh shit, are they sending More people.
You'll have to pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
This is the maze.
All clear. Understood. Return Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Hold on, we'll do a quick cross grab. Or maybe ass grab, depending on which way he's facing.
We'll keep it here at the base.
Someone attack!
That works. Oh yeah, this game does not believe in ceilings. So, you can Fulton people indoors. It's by choice too, because for supply drops, they do know where the buildings and roofs are, so there is a map of what's a building and what isn't. They just decide not to use it for Fultoning. Peace Walker bosses.
Those tracks are from El
They're like the best thing in the game, man.
Looks like we're just in
All the
time.
features and mechanics, different gear and approaches, and co-op, and crazy weapons. We went from having too many boss fights to no boss fights.
We're under attack!
Ah, fuck. Smoke grenade is grade 1, I guess.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Check out the cargo.
Damn, can you imagine Peace Walker and Steam? The kind of co-op craziness you get. All the people hacking and shit. Oh god. Look, Big Boss is just a master at point aiming now. He doesn't need his eye. Oh shit, we got fucking Akio Otsuka in here. Where is he? Was he in the brig? Yep, he's in the brig. This guy, his portrait is Akio Asuka, Snake's Japanese voice actor. And of course, friends with Kojima and not replaced in the Japanese version. But he just so happened to go into the brig. Nice. One of the few Easter egg portraits you'll get. These guys are gonna... Okay, just auto-sign them. What are we doing? RPG2. Shitty semi-auto M60. Do we have recruiting yet? Nope. What's that? A boss fight? And the music changes?
Snake, that's an
Impossible.
enemy tank unit. Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get them.
You got the Legacy Collection because of this channel? Cheers, man. Play them in order.
An enemy tank. Is there somewhere you can hide, boss?
There are train cars, but they won't hold up against a gun like that.
Even a freight train? Incredible.
But they keep me out of sight. Temporarily.
Use them to look for an opportunity to hit its treads or the fuel tank at the back. But
Don't forget about that gun, huh?
or the soldiers. They may try to flank you.
Right.
You can also stop it by taking out all the soldiers. You can do it, Snake.
Man, that's much better than trying to destroy it.
Neutralize the enemy troops.
Enemies close.
They haven't seen you yet. Perfect. Now's your chance.
Oh shit.
What is it?
Nope, I'm not here. Much camo index.
Shoot that exposed fuel tank.
No, we're not doing that.
Strike before they spot you. Bolton recovery helicopter is complete.
Must still be close by.
Bolton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Ah shit, get this guy. Hey, brute force it. So with tanks, the thing is, when you Fulton somebody, they spawn from any of the random corners in the map, so it can be
Bolton
annoying.
recovery helicopter is complete.
What was that?
Oh, Phantom Scar. What are you talking about? Ooh, that coochie shot. Coochie coo.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
Probably not, because Kojima wouldn't be able to get any of his actor friends in the PS Vita game, yeah? There is so much fundamentally, like, at the principle of its inception wrong with that game, but... No.
The enemy leaders out.
He was driving with his feet, don't worry. You think, oh, I did play MGS-V soundtrack during the meme soundtrack. It's called 222. 222. I have no fucking idea. MGS-V soundtrack has no rhyme or reason or title or melody or anything relevant to it. So you just type in MGS-V soundtrack and you just click randomly, which is what I did for a little bit. It's probably called something like background music 1. I don't know, man.
Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But...
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
All right. I guess you never did let dangerous assignments or risk aversion get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road. It crosses over a gorge. That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean... We'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
Nah, damn, I don't really want to fuck with co-op right now. I don't really feel like it's worth it for story stuff. Like, it's not even worth all the prep time to do it. These tiny story missions, you know? Let's see. We got tapes to listen to. We can't co-op here. Actually, we might not need any tapes right now. Yeah, maybe some of them are worth doing, but not many. The torture cell escape thing, like I want to do the extra scenes in it. I'm not sure how that works with co-op involved. Like we both have to wait in the cell or some shit. I don't know. I might not even be the one doing that part. I'm not sure how far we are. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, we're in the wrong mission, no wonder.
Snake, I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it.
Regular user, what is this, like drug or something?
Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly. There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
45.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably going to be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the prison.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco?
Not the big monster I saw. I mean the real Basilisco.
A real one? The legendary king of snakes?
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water?
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 bada long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
I mentioned it briefly, Dim. Fuck. It wasn't really a challenge. It was more like explaining how it poisons every Peace Walker playthrough now, unfortunately. Because when shit comes up, it's just impossible not to talk about it while you're doing it.
So there's a real Basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. but I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
Making the mother of our omelets here, Chico. Can't fret over every dinosaur egg. Oh, fuck. Is that all? I think it is. Oh, we need C4. That's right.
The prison camp is to go back to the prison camp.
Oh, wow.
It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Coffee's kind of bitter, don't you think?
Use C4 to destroy the barricade. Our future is in your hands. Go back.
Let's see if we can get a gaping asshole guy here. There he is. Yes! For some reason that guy's asshole is really easy to hit. Hey, cheers, Crocinator. Good luck with your gun rights. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe you guys can build some of those pipe guns. I don't know. Damn it.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
Hey, you started it. You brought him up.
The gate's on the northwest side of the prison camp. Cut across the camp to get there.
Hey!
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. First equip your C4. You can't plant a charge unless it's equipped.
Not 45 stopping power.
If you cut across the prison camp, you'll find a gate leading north. Keep your eyes peeled. Destroying that gate will draw the enemy's attention. Remember that. Press the attack button while good work, Snake. We're counting on you, boss.
You're doing great, Snake.
Peace.
Excellent. Now, make your way north.
When I was locked up there, I didn't feel life at all.
The giant swallowtail butterflies in that area are a fairly common species of butterfly. Did you know their chrysalis stage occurs during winter?
Our future is in your hands. Apparently, that aqueduct north of the village also serves as a bridge.
Look at them. Just taking the village as if it were theirs. Unforgivable.
Nah, ice rank soldiers only appear in specific missions in specific locations. Or sometimes if you do a really high level vehicle mission or recruiting with high heroism. But other than that, each mission has fixed locations for them.
We're counting on you, boss.
But there's only a handful of missions that actually have S-rank soldiers.
Excellent.
And you have to unlock them.
Excellent.
The giant swallowtail snake. Look at them.
Come on, give me the Chico
Our
call.
future is apparently that.
The giant swallow.
And when you shot me, I really thought I was done for.
The giant swallow. The giant.
Mission complete. And how? It's okay, we were having some deep political discussion earlier. We came up with a solution for everything in the world. Just ban crime and ban war. No, nobody's thought of it yet. We were literally using the radio right now. Curiously enough, it's a radio, but the game calls the button a codec button in the options. You just can't pick who to call. It's random. You just keep spamming it. There's some really good, really silly calls, actually. Not just the tapes. Some of the calls, they're really hard to get. I believe it's... To this day, still, there's probably quite a few I haven't seen.
Snake, you're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak.
Does it, though? Well, for the gameplay in this game, you have to really give it a chance to put some time in it and unlock the interesting stuff. Otherwise, you don't have a really complete picture of what the game has to offer. It's kind of, I understand that it's not for everybody. But it's really rewarding when you do put the effort in it to see what the later missions and the later weapons and stuff change things around quite a bit. But yeah, it gatekeeps itself with the time you gotta put in it to get to that point, unfortunately.
You should be able to see across the Irasu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake. There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Snake, get them out of our country.
I intend to.
You went to a bar and you played Peace Walker the way it was meant to be played. You mean in a strip club while getting a lap dance on Yes Vita? Wonder what kind of recruitment soldiers they'll have in there.
Chico says there's a bridge north of the village.
Yes, a narrow one, for crossing the pipe. On the other side of that is the road the trucks use, though it's collapsed in places.
I'll have nowhere to run if they spot me.
They could be blocking the road, too.
Is there another way?
There is a path along the cliff. After you cross the bridge, there are ruins of a fort on the mountain. Going through there would be a little easier. Once you come to the end of the mountain path, you'll be at the fort. That fort was built during the Civil War. It seems La Cia's troops are occupying it now.
This just gets better and better.
They've got gun turrets set up all around from the looks of it. Attract too much attention, and you'll really stir up the hornet's nest.
Maybe I'll try and find a way around.
You could always commandeer one of the turrets. A little target practice, perhaps?
Just like in Krasnogorye.
Krasno what?
Sorry, just thinking about old times.
If Japan had an army, they would all be equipped with Nambu Type 94 handguns. Oh, fuck. That's a meme that's a sophisticated meme. Only a few will get it.
Irasu has more than one crater, because he's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito in Argentina, Ogopogo in Canada.
Oh, God.
I can hardly keep track of them all. They say
Shit.
that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But
Shut up.
Crater Lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but do you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
What did I get myself into? I forgot. It tricks you because it's disguised as location-based tape, but really it's all the fucking monsters. Oh well, okay, let's do it.
Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur, don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Cosipolca.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur. What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
Yeah, do you think that the game would actually acknowledge that you have an all-female team in MGS-V? Do you think that is a PSP game? Yep. Ah, God. There's one we haven't talked about, I guess.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Well, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's okay, nothing happened in Africa in 1984, specifically. Yep. Yeah, this game has a bunch of in-game insignias, which are basically little badges you get for doing stuff, kind of like achievements. I don't like using that word, but you best comprehend, I guess. And one of them is have an all-female MSF team. The game acknowledges it. You might even say that it's encouraged in a way. You get heroism for insignias, right? So yeah, you're rewarded for it. Oh boy, it's time to get Kojimbo in here.
You won't get up there alone. With some help, maybe? Oh, all right. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Freeze.
Enemies.
Nope.
Freeze.
I guess I'll get these guys. Here's a good comparison between Peace Walker and the Phantom Pain. You have a fully fledged sauna and shower area with drama happening between the characters versus portable shower unit.
You have to get through that fort. Their base is beyond it.
That's a good way to think about it, actually. That tells you everything you need to know. Portable shower unit. Temporary shower unit. Yeah. Temporary. Like 20 years. Temporary.
Freeze.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. The base is beyond that fort. You've got to get past it somehow.
Already past it.
It's some camouflage job. You couldn't even see this place from the satellite shots. Once you get through there, you'll be at the enemy base. Keep going, Snake. You have to get through that fort. Their base is beyond it.
Oh damn, I need the sauce for $80 million. The PP budget being used on PT. That would explain everything. Do you have like a link or a sauce or something? Because that's another thing that I would like to bring up for sure.
You're almost at the enemy base. Just a little bit farther.
The more information we gather, the worse it gets.
Are you familiar with leafcutter ants?
It's some camouflage job. It's some camouflage job. It's some camouflage. The base is beyond.
Kaz, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
Well, one thing is for sure.
They brought the nukes. Then the truck we're after should be there.
Actually, it makes sense because...
Snake, can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes? One of them must have the same license plate as the one from the terminal.
So PT was also made in the Fox engine, and the Fox engine was included in those $80 million. Because that was budget for engine and game. So you're saying... that must have included getting Norman Reedus' likeness for... maybe? Well, if nothing else, at the very least, the engine is included in both. So... maybe. Could be.
Nothing.
Time paradox.
Where are they?
Chips and fish. Fish and chips.
Not this one.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear?
48273 is Otakun's password in MGS4. 0000. Too bad for Boktai, but that's the amount of fucks they give. Making MGS5. Well, there's only 2 left. August 24th, 1963. Some dude's birthday, but who could that be?
Mr. Kojima?
You're going to the gulag, Kojima.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. But the cargo's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to
I wouldn't
launch.
remake anything, much less in the Fox engine.
Our goal is to create
Fox engine is a disaster.
deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must
Don't
have
do that.
nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we're capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory. Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
Hey, Colonel Cathcart. I see what you were trying to do with the copy pasta there. Thanks for the $5. We can attempt to kill Huey, for sure. He actually reacts to that, so that's kind of nice. Thank you. It's the Booba. Not to be confused with Booba. Oh, we got the Thompson from that. Nice. Hey, Axel Hell, whoever's making your life difficult, fuck him. You're not thinking about it right now, but there's other people out there. There's other situations to find yourself in. Like, for example, firing a Thompson submachine gun. I know that because I've originally been through that shit myself, yeah? You have all these people and places and priorities and things and our environments are defined by and our lives are defined by. And that's all we look at, and we completely forget that there could be completely different ones out there, yeah? Also, people are starving. Kojima, go to the mess hall team. He kinda sucks as a cook. Why are people starving? Damn. It's time to put Miller in the mess hall team. There you go. Ironically, we can't make rations anymore though. What? Because of R&D? Oh well.
Careful, Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
Paz, what was the government thinking building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
Oh, you also got a gift to sub, Axel Hell, from Colonel Cathcart. Nice.
Watch out! It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Personally, I'm not a fan of thinking of people who have it worse than me to feel better. But for some people it seems to work. Oh, think of all those starving children in Africa. Like, what the fuck? That's just adding more misery on top of it. Like, why would that make you happy? I don't get it. Think of all those people with, like, terminal illnesses. Like, how does that help me? It makes me feel even worse, if anything. But okay. Put things into perspective. The perspective is yours. Your life, what's going on around you at that time, that's making you feel like shit. You can't just jump into another, I don't know, random person's perspective without all the things that led up to it. Only you know what led up to your own situation, but whatever. Let's not get too philosophical 91 hours into the marathon. Poopa battle. So let's get some rockets.
Let's rock.
But this guy has it worse than you, so you should be happy. What? What? What are we doing? Got all this shitty grade 1 gear. Yo, Livy Pen with the 104 months. It's been a while, man. So good to see you. Thank you so much. You're in the 3 digits club now. The only kind of depression here is over how shitty MGS-V is. That we can all be depressed about. Also, Huck Fury.
That's an AI weapon.
Ah,
The
fuck.
pupa. It's fast,
He
so
talked
be
over it.
careful.
Ah, really? We did it at the perfect time that he interrupted himself. Huck Fury.
Shoot them, not me!
Who the
That's
fuck
an
are
AI
you?
weapon. The pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Aim for the cylindrical AI pod.
Do you have enough amp? There it is. That's cylindrical pod. There it is. That's there it is. That's there it is. That's
There it is.
That's
There it is.
That's
Oh,
cylindrical
good.
pod.
Okay.
There it is. That's cylindrical pod. There it is. That's cylindrical pod.
Oh shit.
Engaging shock unit. Firing boosters.
Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack. Pull the hatch and climb into the AI pod. You should be able to get in the AI pod.
Yeah, we don't really know Huey yet, and he's telling us to make our own AI weapon already. Tiny oversight there. Like, who the fuck are you? Making our own weapon. But it just plays the same dialogue, I guess, every time. They usually should have just skipped it once.
By destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon.
Our own.
Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Jack all the RAM. There's an obvious choice of 2001 Space Odyssey colors in the AI pods with the red lighting, of course. And the black ones are broken. They don't give anything different, you just gotta do the fight differently or another time to unlock them. And all of these boards will go into Zeke's AI, but that's much later. Right now we're just kind of stealing them because you can. You don't really know why you're stealing them. But apparently we're making our own AI weapon.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey. And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis, and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker?
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say country X launches first against country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, the electronic brain I was working on, can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove?
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
It's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
Hey, boss, you mind if we powwow for a sec?
What now? MSF brand rations?
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay, to deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
Alright, now we got Huey. We're gonna sit here and do all the Huey tapes. Because they're some of the best in the game. Yeah, see all the stuff that's going on right now. What's wrong with the Bolton development? What? R&D team went down for some reason. But we just got Huey, so I don't know. Put a couple of these guys in there. Alright, cool. That shit was too poor for the chaff grenades. Luckily, in this game, you can interrupt development. And also, if your team's levels go down after you start development, it actually interferes with the development and interrupts it. Unlike a certain other game where you can just move people around in a team, start a development, and then move them back and the game doesn't seem to care. That would be really stupid. Oh. Now we haven't sent Kojimbo on a suicide mission yet. Alright, time for Huey tapes. All of them.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh. I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent. Missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat. I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
Hey, Imbu1, thank you so much for the kind words, man. You even got a gift of sub from Wexford. Nice, thank you, Wexford. But yeah, don't worry if you can't support a channel. I understand. People are not made of money. Just by, being here, lurking, chatting, participating in community, just lurking, or, sharing channel with your friends. Like, there's so many ways you can be here and contribute, just, making the channel and the community what it is. So thank you. Don't worry if you can't sub and stuff. That said, you did get a gift to sub from Wexford. So thanks, Wexford, and have a Cuervo. Why not?
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away, and some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does.
Okay, Boomer. Think of the Metal Gear poop videos you could make with that bit of audio. Both Huey and Snake saying Boomer. Yeah, I have no idea why the watch time thing is broken. It says 0 seconds for everybody. Maybe it's on Stream Elements' end. Maybe you need to give it some permissions or some shit. I don't know. Or maybe you're all fake viewers and nobody actually just watched a single second at all. I don't know.
Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Wait, I don't know why this tape is here. We should play it later when we're actually fighting Peace Walker.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on 2 legs? I'd think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
Yeah, at one point Huey talks about the people looking like the Shagohod, or taking some cues from the Shagohod. Now, I haven't done any audio editing work in a while. I should get back to it, maybe.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about. You believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So, you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters, except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together. Like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books. And it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Just realized that must have been Ocelot's doing. A very mild Ocelot reference here. Because at the end of MGS3, Ocelot retrieves Granin's research, and he's working for the CIA. And Huey says that through Coleman's contacts at the CIA, he got the research. So I guess somewhere out there, Coleman had to have had some contact with Ocelot, if you think about it. But whatever, it's never depicted, so it's not really something to think about too hard. But it would make sense.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
It almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it. You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake. Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
I like how we just randomly agree to make our own Metal Gear now, because he's on board. Okay.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
We're gonna read it. But not now, because first there's a bunch of calls about how everybody on Mother Base wants to read it. Let's see what we got here. Oh, Danda, we met Amanda, we have all these. We can do them later.
La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So?
It is an insult to us Nicos.
Because of the guy you were talking about. Walker.
Si. Although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
Huh. The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire, centered on the American South.
Caribbean empire? Huh. Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker, ha!
What happened to Walker, in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea.
I'm glad we have you, boss.
You wanted Amanda to be another ruined character? Yeah. Oh, why do we still have this?
You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery. But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
And that's why you're in the mess hall team. Oh, fuck. But you can kind of think of Amanda and the Sandinistas. They're not really part of the Mother Base staff. They're just there for, the portion of the story that concerns it. Because they have their own thing going on, so it kind of makes sense. But she steps out in Ground Zeroes. Let's see. Let's do some stuff.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
More tapes.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there is a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Giant stone balls. But yeah, the Mayan ruins, they're fake. They're just made to hide Strangelove's lab.
The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho. A Pallades morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho?
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
Oh, tapes are the pleb filter, like somebody was saying. Tapes and the early missions are the pleb filter in Peace Walker. But yeah, since this was designed as a portable game, there's lots of tapes that you're not really supposed to sit down and listen to all at once, but really have much choice. Now, if somebody went and did something like that for a main home console or PC game, that would be really stupid to make it with the same structure as a portable game. Luckily, that'll never happen.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, so of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna.
There is also a radio. You can also do like radio calls, and there's some pretty nice ones as well.
Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong, the Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
And it was just a radio. It's technically still a radio, but interestingly enough, the menu refers to it as a codec. But it's a radio. It's not the same. Also, Kojima's a hypocrite for using the term codec, because the guy who came up with it in MGS1 got fired for the translation, and then Kojima used this term anyway in the later games. Okay.
From here on in, you'll be in a cloud forest. The ground is covered in vegetation. You'll have plenty of hiding places, but so will the enemy.
I'll keep an eye out for scouts.
Trying to force your way through would be suicide. Know the enemy's location before making any moves. Too bad you don't have some sort of radar.
I could try night vision.
Once you know where an enemy is, decide how you want to handle him. You could get into his blind spots.
Or drop him from a distance before he even has a clue someone's around. An eye for an eye, alright?
Like I'm trying to say, there are radio calls, and there's also tapes in this game. The only way you can hear Miller talking about how everybody should go butt naked, no more uniform, in MSF, is through radio. He doesn't talk about it in a tape.
Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you. But don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
Oh god. More of these?
Bigfoot is an ape-man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kinda like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape.
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape-man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape-man.
At least. Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big.
Who the fuck is
less
this
than
guy?
2 vara. But he's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh. I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
Raiden's always lurking in the background.
Whatever. Survival.
Precisely. Oh, look at that sound design. It's a horse. Depending on how you get to the location that you're going to, you'll hear different sounds in the background. Also, chapter 2.
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
Okay, it's a mule. Close enough.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies, and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
They're looking for you. Stay sharp.
Yeah, it's weird.
Snake, Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
I like how you slide down in this cutscene and it starts by sliding down here. But yeah, depending on, you know, when he's talking to Was it when he's talking to Paz? He doesn't mention eating the frogs.
They'll be nearly impossible to see.
Oh, I forget which one it is. Between Paz and Chico, Big Boss is like, "Oh, I have all the rations I need," or "Oh, I want to eat the frogs." I forget which one is which. Maybe he doesn't want to let Paz know that he eats frogs. I don't know.
Watch out. Enemy search may not spot enemies that are actively hidden.
But then he ends up eating fucking fish here, so I don't know. I think it's Chico who says, "Oh, you're not mad, you don't get to eat them." Yeah, so he doesn't tell Chico that he eats them, but he tells Paz that he wants to eat them or something. Time for surprise anal inspection. You could eat the poison dart frogs in MGS3. They talk about them in this game, but there's not actual animals in gameplay that you can hunt. In MGS3 they poison you, but they also give you stamina. So if you're really desperate for stamina, you can eat them and then just take the antidote. It's okay, because you always have some. Surprise! Yeah, if you feed them to guards in MGS3, they just die right away. They don't just get poisoned. They die, like, pretty quickly.
Promise me you won't read that letter.
Ah, perfect. That means we can get all the calls about people wanting to read the letter.
It'd be nice if I could cobble together a high-performance portable radar unit for you here at Mother Base.
I wish there was something I could do. Be strong, Snake.
We'll call a few times here.
Some view, huh? It is nice to stop and enjoy the scenery every now and then.
There could be enemies anywhere. Stay sharp.
You're doing great, Snake. Peace.
Peace.
Head for Strangelove's lab. Go to the lab and just...
The lab seems to be located in a vast series of ruins.
I've never been that far before. Be careful, Snake. I've never been that...
Did you read Mr. Huey's letter?
Paz is curious. Everybody's curious about the letter.
Sighting enemies would be a cinch with a pair of night vision goggles. Promise me you won't read that letter.
Morphle butterflies. Pretty, aren't they?
Head for Strangelove's lab.
If anything looks suspicious out there, check it out.
Head for Strangelove's...
A good sniper changes position as soon as he's spotted.
Go to the lab and just...
Be ready for an ambush. There are too many hiding places here.
Some view, huh?
There could be enemies in... I've never been that... If anything
Come
looks...
on.
I wonder if the mule made it home.
Sorry, but even just hearing a Colibri song makes me weak in the knees. Some soldier, huh?
Now you can poison the end. He doesn't eat the frogs. You can poison the fear though, because he eats.
Our future is in your hands.
There may be snipers.
Promise me you will go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's...
Down in the grave. Thank you for the
do it,
84 mods. He is excited.
The letter to Dr. Strangelove. Huh. Wonder what that's about.
I believe in you, Snake.
We're counting on you, boss.
We had a mule in my house once. He was a real hard worker. I've never been that... If anything looks...
Dr. Strangelove's letter.
Snake. Some view, huh?
We still have Amanda and Chico for the letter, I think.
Go to the lab and...
I've never been that far before. I wish there was
some view, huh?
Our future is in your hands.
Admittedly, kind of annoying that you can't pick who to call.
There may be snipers. There could be enemies in you.
Promise me you won't read that letter.
There could be enemies.
I wonder if the mule...
That American, Huey. Can we really trust him? That letter bothers me.
Bother me. Alright, that's Amanda's call about it.
I believe in you,
There should
Snake.
be one Chico, I think. Maybe?
Some view, huh?
Promise me you won't
won't read that. There could be enemies in you.
Dr. Strangelove's...
Snake, help us. We had a mule in my house. Look at the structural coloring on these morphos. Fascinating. Head for Strange. Promise me you won't read that letter. There could be enemies.
And you, huh? You're doing great.
Promise me you won't...
The lab seems to be located...
I've never been that far before. There could be enemies. Promise me you head for Strangelove. Go to the lab and...
Bet those butterflies don't have anything to worry about at all, huh?
If anything looks...
Sorry, but even just here, we had a mule at my house once.
There could be enemies.
I heard in Japan, they have morpho butterflies almost 6 feet long. I wonder if it's true.
Dr. Strangelove's lab can't be much further. Hurry, Snake.
Oh, holy shit, this is trippy.
We're counting on you, boss.
Go to the lab and...
I've never been that...
I believe in you,
Maybe
Snake.
Chico only has a call after we do read the letter.
And you, huh?
Go to the lab and...
I wouldn't mind reading Huey's letter myself.
Never mind, there it is. We were just trying to get all these unique calls, but everybody wanting to read that letter. But so you can see it's a pain in the ass because you can't pick who to call, and they repeat shit a lot. You wouldn't think that there's anything unique left, but it's kind of like an MGS3, I guess. The good calls are really hidden.
There may be snipers hidden in the jungle. Be careful.
Sorry.
If anything
That's probably it, though, now.
There may be snipers hidden.
Morpho butterflies. Pretty, aren't they? I wish there was something.
I've never been that...
Dr. Strangelove's lab...
And you, huh? It is nice to stop and...
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of how they downplay the radio, and there's but a few interesting calls still. They're just a pain to get. They could have made a simple, like, radio screen. I don't know. There's a morpho butterfly. There's a hind A. We're not fancy enough for a hind D yet. And helicopters are actually the easiest to deal with because you can just break the cockpit open and force the pilot out and put him to sleep.
Thanks for putting me on the R&D team, Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something. If you fight any more AI weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear? Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure, fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
Following the trend with Rex and Ray, in particular with Ray, there's a call about it in MJSU. Fighter planes, same thing with Zeke. Let's see, maybe there's some stuff to develop. Metal Gear. Now we don't have anything, but we have Zeke's hangar. There's nothing right now. And this is where I would put my Metal Gear, if I had one. Giving this game more indoor locations in Mother Base than certain other games, but whatever. Originally you were supposed to be able to walk around here and explore and even pilot Zeke, look at Zeke. They had bigger plans in mind, even. Oh yeah, we don't have shit right now, so. Maybe my Zeke is a highly advanced stealth camo, I don't know. Don't worry, the next game will certainly do this. Certainly in the next game there won't be a fucking hangar that's completely useless, but something that you can't use. Ah, this is just sad. What a fucking disaster.
Snake, that's a Hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Let's rock.
Give me that shitty semi-auto M60. You thought it was gonna be gameplay. There's still tapes about the mission.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Eating shit? This is the quickest way to do helicopter fights. You really don't know the game mechanics, do you?
Don't even think about facing a chopper head-on. Guerrilla tactics would work well in a place like that. Moving from tree to tree will make it hard to get a fix on you from the air. That's your best chance.
Good thinking, Commandante. You clearly know your way around a battlefield.
Enough, boss. Time to stop talking and start using your
Guerrilla
ears.
tactics.
When you're hiding,
Move from tree
you
to
won't
tree.
be able to see the chopper that well.
Every time,
It's
man.
important to use sound to get a read on its position. You could also try taking out its tail rotor. That would greatly reduce its mobility. And watch out for ground troops.
Copy that, Commandante.
That's just unfortunate. Ah, no Chico tapes. Thank fuck. Alright, we just put the first 4 guys down, break the cockpit, put the commander to sleep, and that's it. This is just the first helicopter. So it's not too bad, because we have a really shitty weapon to do it with. But explosions don't work, don't count towards it. You have to use some sort of machine gun, or maybe large caliber sniper rifle, or railgun to break the cockpit.
Eliminate that squadron, Snake. Strike before they
Let's put
spot
these
you.
guys down so they don't annoy me while I do that. Good. We good. Alright. Hello, where is it? Why would you shoot over there? That's fucking random. Hello? Over here, please.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Unfortunately, in order to balance the damage, the rate of fire of the M60 sucks in this game. That's why I keep calling it a semi-auto M60. Although you can definitely fire faster than that in semi-auto too. It's US taxpayer money. Right. How did I think of that? That was kind of weird to fire like off the map though. Now come back. Oh nice, they didn't link to the resupply. One round. Got a helmet. Nice. Luckily these guys are trained to land the helicopters when they're asleep.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
Imagine having more than 2 helicopter models and being able to capture and use them. Obviously, only something advanced like a PSP can do that. It's not something you'd see in a big budget game.
I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with a Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. Search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we got the friends for that.
No friends. Should we do this? Meh.
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
There's definitely some side ops worth doing though. Got any more of them tapes? Giant stone balls.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. Wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest
Can't
hermit,
hear
huh?
slots now.
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about?
Some slots grow. Fuck.
La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
The paths there are buried in vegetation. Work with nature to conceal yourself, and you'll be much harder to spot.
A ghillie suit would be perfect here.
In any case, take caution when advancing. Don't wear anything that stands out. The ruins are a labyrinth, so try and keep your bearings.
I could use those walls to stay out of sight.
Once a sniper is spotted, he'll move to another location. You shouldn't stick to the same place either.
Oh, I know. I learned all about that in the Soviet Union.
It is not necessarily a good idea to try to engage a sniper in close quarters combat. Finally, once you've found a place to hide, don't let them take you from behind.
Don't worry. No one sneaks up on me.
Take you from behind. I'm tired enough of that's funny right now. Well, we don't have to worry about the camo anymore because we have the most broken OP thing in the game. The sneaky suit. Let's see.
The lab seems to be located in a vast series of ruins. Our future is in your hands.
Thanks, Kaz.
A fall from there would be certain death, even for a Superman like you.
We can actually throw people off the cliff here during the helicopter fights or when we come back. There's people here.
Strangelove's lab is north of there. Head north. A fall from there would be certain. Head for Strange. The lab seems to be
Look at that. Mother Nature's paintbrush at work.
Yeah, we're not doing Rising now. God.
Dr. Strangelove's lab can't be much further. A fall from there would be.
I believe in you. Look at that. Mother Nature's.
Some scouts are really hard to spot because they use grass or dirt to camouflage themselves. They blend right in with the natural surroundings.
God!
Why no Rising? I wonder.
Snipers and laser sights are a deadly combination.
Probably a bad idea to start memeing too hard right now.
God!
Yes, I'm sure that Rising is just like the other games, and therefore there's no reason why it shouldn't be included. Oh shit.
God! God!
Fulton recovered.
Even if it wasn't for the title, you know, that we have to say that it's Kojima directed games. I mean, if you can't see the trend, how everything else is one thing, and then one of these is not like the others. Oh well. Booba time.
Hey.
Tu m'as trouvé. C'est moi, le loup.
French. Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Please, do not kill me.
You know, soldier.
I am a tourist.
What's your name?
Please.
What are you doing here?
Kojima sound effects here.
Cosima. Coming. You're not one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun. Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense. I'm looking for that one rare bird in Costa Rica.
Which one? The Quetzal?
Right, the Quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent Quetzal is red-listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
I am an ornithologist myself.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice?
I was trying to capture the Quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies. Oh, I am so sorry. I drank it all.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
Well, there was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh yes, she often sang.
sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I will not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close, but not quite. Outer heaven.
It is sounding better all the time.
So, you must have gotten a look at the facility when you escaped, right? What's in there?
Lots of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in a university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack, over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
Huh?
Let's go fail the mission successfully.
Free.
Just pump him full of tranquilizer.
Free. Free.
Guess not.
Guess not. Okay. We didn't even use the best feature, the sneaking suit, making footsteps completely silent. Anyway.
What?
The door won't open.
Open.
Mission complete.
It won't open. What's wrong with it?
Mission failed successfully.
Snake?
Huey, your ID card isn't working. It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much? Strangelove's in charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed.
decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite. Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
Great.
Snake,
Kaz, where's Cecile?
she just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards got me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an orange jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes! I do remember hearing the song of a nearby Quetzal.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? What's that song?
It's my Quetzal. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the Quetzal song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Cecile.
No. Thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be...
She's not. Cecile says she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
But...
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that. Let's go over what we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card.
It's okay, we got what we needed from this mission, which is Cecile.
I got a report in from the R&D team. They finished plans for a new Hex-type plant, and today they're gonna start construction on the first block. Can't wait to finally say goodbye to the scrap heap. Only thing is, we don't have nearly enough GMP. We'll need to recruit more soldiers to get more GMP. You know what to do, Snake.
Listen to tapes. So Cecile is a slightly less offensive version of Quiet. He's slightly less offensive to the human intellect. But Kojima was already doing that. He was, take a real life woman, make her boobs bigger, make her more attractive, and put her in a game. Except at least she only has like a side role of, comic relief and finding a card so we can get to the actual mission. But God knows what actually happened between Cecile and the real life Cecile and Kojima. Maybe he got friend zone and he put her in a game as a joke, or any variation of that. God knows what actually happened. I don't know. But it's strange because she's portrayed as the classic uppity, entitled, and annoying French person. So I don't know. She was really doing her a favor. Or he was doing her a favor. But yeah, you can find a picture of the real life Cecile and Kojima on her, I think, Metal Gear wiki page or something. She's not bad looking by any means, but Kojima had to make her even hotter in the game. She's not nearly this hot in real life. But okay. Also, physics. So yeah, let's take a real life woman, make her hotter, put her in a game. Where have I seen that? Let's see. Well, for quiet, they had to scan her whole body. Every inch of her body, sole of her feet. But for her boobs, sorry, we'll have to make your boobs bigger. Imagine having your entire body put in the game with the one exception being that your boobs are bigger. What does that tell you? Oh, fuck. Anyway, let's listen to tapes.
That was some escape you made from Strangelove's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course. But she took off the blindfold at bath time, so she could wash my hair.
Huh. Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead. And with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly. So, I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape. But a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I am lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Besides, it is much nicer here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the old art of lesbomancy going on in this game. With Strangelove, Cecile, and Paz later. Yep. Of course. How would I like being in MGSV but with a bigger PP? If my dick gets any bigger, it becomes impractical to use, so I'm good. Thanks.
Was it just the two women
needs to
in
scan
the lab?
me.
Most of the time, oui.
And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Ah, don't even think about it. She has not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her tastes. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI.
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. That people should not be going into space. That it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
Huh, my! Aren't we curious about women and other women? You want to hear the terrible things she tried to do to me?
That's not what I meant.
It's all right. You can be honest.
You two seem to get along awfully well together.
No, not at all.
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
I knew it. Let's go over this one more time. First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other rune. But on the inside, It is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry, you don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will do the call for you again. Just give me a call anytime you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorders, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-Time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal.
Shin Lane, you did it. You finally have a PS5. Now you can play Demon Souls again. And PS3 and 4 games. Good job.
All right. What do you want to know about Quetzals?
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay, then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the Quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many Quetzals reach over a meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Shall I do a chicken next? Cluck, 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 buck, buck, buck.
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
You can see the Quetzal when, so the Quetzal is in the cutscene where she appears. It's right above her. You can see it on the branch. You can't actually see it in the game, but you can hear it. I mean, that's the whole point. You're supposed to listen for its call. So you can hear it in gameplay, but I mean, you just look at the freaking jacket of the guards. You just look for the orange jacket. This guy. There is a certain threshold, there is a limit to how much wrong information I can tolerate before I ban somebody. Just stop. You know who you are. Just stop. Please. Like, it's not worth correcting every time, man. At one point, you gotta go. Anyway, let's do all of these because they're extremely vital.
Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder, or a cassette denske, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-reel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me. It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz?
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name of an old manga character.
Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Oh, sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest, where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar of the engine, the throaty steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit and making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure it did.
Alright, I want to play a game. We'll actually do this mission for now.
Snake, to gain access to the lab, you'll need an ID card. You can get one from a guard in an orange jacket stationed in an area where you can hear Quetzal singing. To get the ID card from the soldier, do a body check. You've got to get inside that lab before the AI gets shipped out. Get a move on.
Who can guess what the game is that we want to play? Oh god, there's actually quite a few tapes about the mission itself too. Okay.
Scouts are outfitted with camouflage to help them hide. Some of them look kind of weird, like they've got seaweed growing all over them.
Ghillie suits.
Not much difference between them and any other scout in terms of combat ability, but it does make them harder to spot.
I'm sure it does.
You've come across these before?
Yeah, the Soviet Union. The first time, it took me a full hour to find the guy and take him out. Kaz, do you know what they shine?
Shine? Like how?
Like, from their heads.
Their heads?
How about their hair? Do they have a lot of it?
What are you talking about? How the hell would I know?
How about a parrot? Did anybody hear a parrot squawk?
A parrot? Look, Snake, you're talking to the wrong guy. I mean, Cecile's the bird expert. Wait a second, what am I saying? You're not making any sense to begin with.
Never mind. It's a long story. I'll figure it out another way. Forget about it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, we've already lost too many good people to these surprise encounters. Make sure you don't end up like one of them.
Yeah, that little pause that he does there. Wait a minute, it doesn't make any sense.
I do not know if I recall such large ruins being there.
Well, didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations? You talked about some giant stone balls, too. What are those?
Oh, the stone spheres of Costa Rica? They are an assortment of giant spheres carved from stone that were discovered in the jungles of Costa Rica about 50 years ago.
What's so special about that?
What if I told you some of them are nearly perfect spheres, and that they were carved out of granite, which is quite a hard substance?
Could be good for laying a trap. And if they're spherical, they roll easily too.
Snake!
Did they have to call them giant stone balls? I wonder if, like, I don't know, she calls them spheres. Oh, I don't know.
Snake, be careful when going through areas you've passed through before. The enemy could be waiting to ambush you. And do you know how to identify the soldier with the ID card?
Yeah, Cecile told me. He's in a forest with some Quetzals wearing a orange jacket.
He'll be from the lab, probably out on patrol. Do a body check to see if he's got the card.
Did you see a Quetzal snake?
Yep.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
No, it didn't look like a snake.
Oh, really? Must be different from the Quetzalcoatl then.
Quetzalcoatl.
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake.
Weird, right? I bet it's UMA. Amanda and everybody says Quetzalcoatl is a Quetzal in the form of a god. But there's no way anybody mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the Quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it Quetzal.
You mean it happened the other way around?
Well, if you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake, right? Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congamato and the Elitziao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only rose about 600 years ago. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600. Pterosaurs survive today in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe calls them by a different name, like Congamato or Litziao.
There sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans yet. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is.
Sure. Why not? We'll do these later. Right now, we gotta see if that guy who's trying to tell me that the guys at the waterfall is right. So, yeah, we're playing a game. You have 1 in 3 chances of not getting banned. Yep. Let's see.
There's supposed to be a Quetzal singing close to where your target is located. Keep your ears open.
We'll go to the waterfall. And if that's where the guy is, you live to see another day. I'm telling you, there's a limit.
Once you know which soldier has the ID card, do a body check. To do a body check, first knock the soldier out, or put him to sleep, or hold him up. That works too.
Freeze. Freeze.
The sneaking suit is slightly OP. The prediction! Nice! You should have done 3 choices. You know, the waterfall and the other 2. First area, waterfall, and I guess second area. Oh well, that's okay. Wait 30 seconds before entering. I'll do some calls then. Hello.
You're doing great, Snake.
Peace.
Well, pretty good, I believe that is perhaps the common yellowthroat. I know it is not easy.
Here we go, waterfall area. Nice, we can do some channel points gambling. I think we're supposed to hear it when we first enter the area. I'm not hearing it. Maybe it just escaped me. Yeah, no, he is not at the waterfall. Where's the guy? Where's the guy? Hold on. Goodbye. Now I'm really gonna take my time. This is how we move bodies in this game. We still have two possible locations, so you guys can gamble again. One more, I guess. Bye-bye. Yeah, we got hillside and jungle. Oh shit, you want to spend 2 minutes on it? That's a long time, man. I don't think I hear it though. Oh, I do hear it. Ha ha. Here it is. Hillside wins. But wait, now people can still enter. But we already know where he is. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh well, 3 points for people who enter now. Fuck those people who picked jungle already. I guess you're screwed. Oh, you can close it ahead of time? Okay, cool.
Snake, pick it up.
You don't have to wait for it, okay.
Drop something before you pick up a new item. Open the item window. Choose the item you want to drop.
Yes, yes.
And press the X button to drop it. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard help.
Yes, I'm sure teabagging is highly offensive to these NPCs. Is MGS5 part of this marathon? Yeah, you're looking at it.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Come on, Snake. That letter could contain information vital to our mission.
That card will get you into the lab.
Nice.
Strangelove's lab is north of there. Head north.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you. That card will get...
Oh, never thought she hated me that much. Oh.
That card will get... That card will get... That card will
Give me
get...
some more letter calls.
That head for the lab to the...
Miller's.
We're counting on you, boss.
Did we not get
Strangelove's lab is
Miller's
head for
call
the lab to the
earlier?
north. Come on, Snake. That letter could contain... Oh. Strangelove's lab is north of there.
I know it... That card will get... That card will get... That card will...
Oh my
That
God.
card will...
Come on, Snake.
That
It's
card
just
will get
Miller
you
wanting
into
to read the letter and
That card will get you...
seal.
That
Okay.
card will get you into the lab.
Acterius. All these guys are already held up.
Recovery helicopter is complete.
What are you trying to alert scam me for?
Snake, help us
We're
reclaim
playing
peace.
piss. Do it somewhere where it's actually dangerous, yeah?
Excellent. It's open.
It can't be.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss,
And who might you be?
you. Dr. Strangelove, I presume.
I've been waiting, Snake. Yes, waiting without joy or pleasure. Waiting for the one I despise.
Don't move.
Don't move. You men and your guns. You all say the same thing.
Try to zoom in on Strangelove.
I suppose
You see
you'll
the
try to
flowers.
destroy my research. Yes, I know. Just as I know what you did 10 years ago. Go on. Kill me like you killed her. Kill me like you killed the boss. Kill me!
What exactly do you...
Come on, Snake. Or should I say Big Boss? That filthy title given you as reward for murder. Do you still wear it with pride? You chose a shadowy country over the mentor who made you what you are. You brought despair to good soldiers everywhere. You used the pretext of a mission to kill a true hero. Is that what you call loyalty? Answer me!
The boss.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
She betrayed America. She stole a Davy Crockett and then defected to the other side. She used an American nuclear weapon to attack Soviet territory. The only way for Washington to prove its innocence to Moscow was to eliminate the traitor themselves. The boss's death was the only thing that could have prevented all-out nuclear war.
Is that what you call the truth?
It's the truth as it was told to me.
So the truth is that you sullied the reputation of your mentor, the woman you loved most in this world, before you buried her.
It was my mission.
Huh. So that's the conclusion you came to in order to live with yourself.
What's the boss to you?
I'm the one she abandoned when she left this world. I won't rest until I get answers from the woman I loved. You and I are the same. We are the walking dead. Would you like to meet her?
The boss is gone.
Not so fast. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you? I can arrange it.
You took her life. I gave it back.
You what?
Care for a sniff? It's only snuff. You're a cigar man, aren't you? Well, there's no smoking in there, so if you want to meet her, you'd best partake now. Follow me. This is my baby, my Morpho butterfly. It's neither pupa nor cocoon, but an imago. A complete individual, in the fullest sense of the word.
Is someone there?
We have a visitor. I'll introduce him. Don't try anything foolish. As long as we're in here, I can reduce you to carbon at the press of a button.
Who are you? A man. A warfighter.
Boss. Is that you?
I call it the mammal pod.
Mammal pod?
For my participation on the project, I demanded access to all information on the boss. Everything the CIA had. Her personal history, military records, physiological data, correspondence, the files for every operation she took part in, every decision she ever made at every possible turn, what she took and what was taken from her, her pain and her pleasure, her joy and sorrow, her life and death, and yes, even you.
Why would you do that?
Coldman sought an MAD-based AI that would deliver an effective retaliatory strike against the most appropriate target in response to a nuclear attack from a hypothetical adversary. An unmanned device to act as a deterrent capable of making the decisions and taking the actions that human beings cannot. I therefore concluded he required a cool, calculating machine programmed to inflict swift, sure, and utter annihilation upon the enemy. No retaliation. But he took it upon himself to come up with a different answer. He said he needed the thought patterns of the very finest rational mind, one that thought on a global scale, took both past and future into consideration, and reached the best decision, no matter how painful.
And that's why you asked for everything they had on the boss.
It was the logical thing to do. I knew of only one person who could be entrusted with the fate of the entire human race.
What's your real goal here?
To clear her name. Why was a legendary hero forced to betray her country? Why was she targeted for assassination by you, her most beloved disciple? I have no use for fabrications. I want the truth. The boss's last will. You must be dying to know yourself.
No. She abandoned her country. Abandoned us all.
Really? You think you understand her feelings?
You're trying to recreate the boss's last will. Is that it?
Why don't you ask her yourself, Jack?
Jack.
What?
Jack.
Boss.
Jack.
Boss.
Jack. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
Boss.
Go home.
No,
Complete your mission, Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again. If you can.
Hey, Ghost Snapper, thank you for the 200 bits. One of my favorite Metal Gear games ever. You, sir, are a gentleman and a scholar. There's very hard to find people who appreciate Peace Walker. So, cheers. An 80 pleb. Didn't Eva tell him the truth? Well, they addressed just that. You can't know for sure that that's the truth either. There's exactly a call with that, with Kaz about that.
I'm not your boss anymore.
Snake says that debriefing could have been part of the cover-up. Or Lava gifting a sub to Nitroid. I don't suppose he's actually here, huh? Ooh. Right now it doesn't matter, but later, when we take these memory boards out, we'll make the AI dumber and dumber every time. Yes. But that's during the actual Peace Walker fight, not now. This is just getting trolled by Strangelove right now.
Its response? Oh god. Discontinue!
The first ending of Peace Walker is all about proving the boss's innocence.
I taught you
It's a
all
recreation of the ending of MGS3.
the rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
Big QTE time.
There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
That's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission.
That double QTE at the end can catch some people off guard.
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Jack, you can't come with us.
Give subs to MGSV apologists. Oh god. But first, more tapes. Exactly.
Snake.
Hold on. I will do these. Okay.
That's the Chrysalis weapon Huey was referring to. You know what to do.
Survival.
I hope we have.
Let's rock.
Okay, we do have this thing. It'd be really painful without it. But first, apes.
Apparently, each part of an AI weapon is connected to a memory board inside the AI pod. Destroying a part will release the lock on the memory board. After that, climb in the pod and you'll be able to grab whichever boards you've unlocked. Only thing is, any parts you destroy can't be collected and reused, so you'll have to decide which is more important.
El Colibri may be powerful, but he can be defeated. Looks like you have a lot of places to hide there. Remember your fight with the other chopper. Guerrilla tactics will be key.
Only this one's got a few more aces up its sleeve.
Yes, it might try to crush you by taking out the pillars. Also, watch out for the smaller craft that abducted Chico. The Chico Libri.
Chico Libri?
It means son of Colibri. If it gets you, you'll just have to wriggle your way out. You might get away if you're lucky.
I'd rather not have to take that chance.
Indeed. That would be best.
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
A what?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
Move. Based on air, I know that you're new to the series and trying to make sense of it, but you asked the big one. You asked the big question. Why do people hate 5? And by 5 you mean V. I think you might have set off Dim. Wait, what the hell? No, Dim is just memeing because he's just telling you about Peace Walker. When you're really just asking about Phantom Pain. Yeah, you asked him to... Come on, Dim, don't troll the poor guy. He's genuinely trying to understand. Damn. But both statements are kind of technically accurate because people do kind of underappreciate, if not just straight up hate 5 as in Peace Walker. I'm gonna stop you for a second there, Argotanas. Because you can kidnap horses with balloons. Find me one horse other than D-Horse and Ocelot's brown D-Horse that gets sent to the glue factory. Find me one horse in the wild that you can Fulton in Afghanistan or in Africa. Anywhere. Find me one horse in the wild in the Phantom Pain. Not a mule, not a donkey, a horse. Find me one horse in the wild. And then you win the internet. That's just a tiny fraction of the problem. Yeah. Big Medic is this advanced technology called horses. He has the only horse in the entire fucking world in that game. Amazing world building and open world. Oh god. What the fuck are we doing? Let's do this nonsense. Like I said, there's no horses in the wild. Yeah, Ocelot has a mysterious brown horse for a total of 30 seconds in the game, but it's just D-Horse copy and pasted and never to be seen again. It's just... When Ocelot Fulton's himself, at the beginning, is like sent straight to the glue factory, never to be seen or heard from again.
Fog's getting thick. Careful you don't lose sight of that chopper. If you lose sight of the enemy, look for the red
glue. Diamond Dog's brand glue. Maybe it's the glue that holds together the scripts in that game, except the glue is actually kind of too efficient for that. Considering how bad the fucking programming is. Glue would be optimal. Glue would be an improvement. The scripts in that game are held together with spit, at best. Dry one too. So we can't even say that.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Do you have enough ammo?
That voice is similar to that of the person who took care of me at the last. Think defensively for now. It would be suicide to attack now. Focus on
Yes, Amanda.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh shit, did I bring chest grenades? I did not. Let's close. Really? I was too slow for Miller's taste. That dealing damage. So he had to backseat. Hit it with rockets. Hey, Daisy, you got an anonymous sub. Thank you, whoever did that.
Do you have enough ammo and
Ah,
items?
shit.
Send us a support request.
Use the terrain to your
Ooh,
Use the surround
it
indicator
disappeared.
to help you
I
get a
don't
fix on
usually
the
get to
enemy's
this phase. Nice. Usually we finish it off before this phase. The music stops. And it's just slowly rising. Yep. And the music starts again. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen this phase. This towards the end. I usually finish it off by then. Magic sound design. We should show that off more often, actually. It's kind of like what the Hind. The Hind does the same thing in MGS1. During the second phase, the Hind goes down, and the music stops every time the Hind goes below the tower, and it comes back up. The music starts again.
Attack the AI pod to destroy its unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
Almost says chode on these memory boards. Chode board. Oh fuck, I didn't know you could get duplicate boards. I thought only new boards would show up if you were going for it. I never bothered to check numbers. That sucks. That really sucks if you're trying to get all the boards. I thought the boards you already have don't show up again. Let's see if we got the railgun.
Snake.
She played me like a piano.
Forget about it. You'll get him back. That is, as long as you've got the will to do it.
I am not giving up.
All right then. I confirmed the location with Huey. The final testing base for Peace Walker is 15 miles to the north of that lab. It's an underground facility disguised as a rock quarry. All you need to do is sneak in and destroy the AI for good this time.
Right.
Snake, you can destroy it, right?
Yeah.
We all have our limits. Actions beyond our abilities.
Don't worry. I won't screw it up this time.
You're the one who killed the boss. Destroying that AI means reliving that memory.
It's just a machine.
Snake, I'm worried.
Worried?
For the same reason the CIA entrusted the nuclear launch to an AI. A man can condemn a handful of criminals to the death penalty if they're prepared to assume that responsibility. But who among us could do the same to hundreds of millions of innocent civilians? Who could reduce thousands of years of human history to ash in an instant? Could any flesh and blood human being make that decision? No way in hell. No one man could bear the burden of total genocide. It's what's allowed our cowardly species to survive all this time. But for a machine, willpower is no issue.
What are you saying, Kaz?
You're a hero, Snake, but you're not a machine.
That I can't destroy that thing?
That machine's not the problem. It's that the boss still lives inside of you.
Bullshit!
She's dead, Snake. It's time to come to terms with that. Let me put it another way. You've left everything behind. Your country, your identity, your past and ideals. But there's still one thing you haven't let go of.
What are you talking about?
The boss. You still haven't let her go. That's why you're so afraid to find out the truth about her. And that's what's holding you back from your future. Snake, she died a decade ago. How long can you live with a ghost?
Kaz, I thought I knew everything about her. But I still don't understand what happened to her at the end.
There, you're no different from that scientist woman.
When she didn't believe me, I realized something. That debriefing I heard could have been part of the cover story they made up. Now, even I'm not sure what her real intentions were. Why did she take that mission? How did she feel about dying? Why was I chosen?
You want to know the truth? The truth won't change the past. You still want to know?
No. I took on this mission for a kid who believes in peace.
Fine then. There's no point in arguing. Peace Walker is on the verge of completion. Come on, boss. Let's get to that base.
Damn, isn't the railgun like 80% chance we didn't get it? Oh well. That's Three Dogs' problem. I don't really think Three Dog bothers with completing Zeke anyway before switching to the complete save. But I kind of want him to. Maybe you guys can let him know, because like you get that really important call at the beginning of chapter 5 when Zadornov goes missing, and then you complete Zeke. You get the call about completing Zeke and the call about recovering the nuke from Peace Walker. And that's kind of what leads into Ground Zero. So it's kind of an important call. You only get it once. Anyway, maybe somebody can let Three Dog know about it. I don't know. I recently started, like, last few story playthroughs, realized that we shouldn't switch to the more complete save right away, but we should, like, complete Zeke and let Zadornov escape once or twice, recover the nuke, and get that call. Then it's all mostly grinding and looking for Zadornov fucking 6 or 7 times. Anyway, fuck, I'm tired. Sorry, guys. What are we doing? Oh, maybe we can do the Peace Walker throw. Yeah, that's one thing that's worth doing. If you guys are up for it. Who is the 4th person, though? We need a 4th person. Let's do some more tapes. I wanted to finish off Cecile tapes and then see what else showed up, because at this point in the story other stuff showed up for other characters too.
Snake, I need your opinion. How strong are the enemy's mercenaries?
They're well trained. They've got more than enough men. Seasoned, too. A lot of them probably saw action in Vietnam. They're a tough bunch. And armed to the teeth. I don't think I've ever seen a mercenary force field that many tanks and attack choppers.
It shows how much cash they have to throw around. And connections. How did they get access to such weapons?
How do you think? They're backed by the one and only CIA.
And here we are. Half of us farmers, and the other half students. Children, even. And weapons. We're so short on guns, we have to steal them from the enemy. As much as I hate to say it, we're always going to be on the defensive.
I know.
And mi viejo. Without him, we...
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if we can win. Can we, Snake?
Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
But...
Amanda.
What?
Listen to me. Don't ever let your men hear you talk like that. You're their leader, and a leader has to stand tall, even when times get tough, when it feels like the fear and uncertainty could crush you. You're the one your comrades look to for reassurance. That's what a leader is. Don't forget it.
Snake.
If you're looking for comfort, go find a church. That's all I've got to say.
You are right. I am sorry. I need to pull myself together.
You'll be fine. I know you have it in you.
Thank you, Snake.
The one and only CIA. That's weird. Oh god, not you. Not now.
The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plan expansions. We're gonna make this place huge.
Hex, huh? Like a beehive.
Nothing wrong with that. They say the honeycomb design is one of the strongest. I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor.
Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees.
Appreciate it, boss.
Oh, we have all of these now. To really trigger some people. What is going on here?
Costa Rica is said to have about 87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
Say that again?
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird. The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Odubor was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this.
Man, at the cost of like repeating myself, stop worrying about the fucking achievements and trophies. Just play the damn game. Like, I feel like those things you should maybe run into naturally by playing the game instead of like looking at the number and being like, whatever. Like, it sounds like you're only playing the game to get the trophy. Like, you don't really want to play the game. And that's kind of the bastardized way to go about it. God, just play the goddamn game. Like those people who buy Barbie games just so they can have more trophies. Like, if anything, like, all trophies should be fucking hidden, if anything. They should be things that you run into do naturally while you play the game because you want to play the game. Instead, people are like, oh, I can't play this game because I can't reach, like, this number. What the fuck, man? Absurd. That is absolutely absurd. But anyway, yeah, we don't know what Kaz's expansion plan was. Grunzier's, it was just general flavor text there, you know, because it never happens. Clearly, he had some ideas, but didn't go that way. Why do we still have this? Oh yeah, I was gonna do... we can do these later. There's actually more interesting stuff right now. Okay, this is fighting Peace Walker. We'll do that later.
You ever see the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI?
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called HAL. It plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about HAL. And then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name.
I'm not sure why we have some new... Oh, probably about this base. Makes sense. Okay. Never mind. We can do these now. These are absolutely vital calls. I mean... apes.
You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes? Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right, here it is then.
That's pretty good.
I can do others too, like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah? Wow. What about a pig? That's uncanny.
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit? Rabbits make noises?
Certainly, but they are very faint, so perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
Listen very carefully.
Okay. Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you
Why
they
don't
do.
you do it?
Listen again.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do, I swear.
What the fuck has Cecile been doing to her rabbits for them to do that? Yeah.
Costa Rica is the home to many hummingbirds as well. The people here call them colibri.
Colibri, huh?
Hummingbirds are the world's smallest birds. Although they can vary from species to species, most are around 10 centimeters in length, and the smallest no more than 5. It is amazing to think that something so small can still be a fully developed bird.
I think a bird that tiny would get mistaken for a bug.
Actually, they are often mistaken for sphinx moths. The little darlings feed on flower nectar, and their beaks are long and thin to help them drink up the nectar. They beat their wings far faster than any other bird. The smallest ones, over 70 times a second. Can you imagine?
What for?
They hover in midair while they suck their nectar. They can even fly straight backwards.
Hovering. Like a helicopter. That's why Amanda and her unit called that chopper Colibri.
I think it is an insult to the birds to give their names to weapons. Don't you?
Don't ask me. Ask the birds how they feel about it.
Have you ever heard of the mannequins?
Never.
Unbelievable! You came all the way to Costa Rica, and you've never even heard of them?
I didn't come here to look at...
Mannequins are known for their beautiful courtship dances. The orange-colored mannequin is said to live on the Pacific side, the white-bearded mannequin on the Caribbean side, and the long-tailed mannequin is in the Central Basin. The long-tailed mannequins are especially distinctive.
What's special about them?
First, each young male picks an older male to teach him how to dance. Then, teachers and pupils all get in a group and dance for the females. However, only the teachers get paired off with females. The pupils practice their technique for 7 years before striking out on their own and finding their own pupils.
I guess it takes time to get good at anything. Whether it's dancing or soldiering.
Mannequins always have plenty to eat. Apparently, that is why they have so much free time to practice dancing.
Unlike us, obviously.
Another well-known bird of the cloud forest is the three-wattled bellbird.
Wattled? What the hell's a wattle?
It is just like your beard, Snake.
What?
It is a piece of flesh that hangs down from its chin. Kind of like whiskers, but not made of hair.
A hanging piece of flesh.
Oui, and it only grows on males.
Nothing more important to a man than his beard. So, these birds are in the cloud forest too?
They are normally found in the lowland rainforest.
Oh shit.
But they migrate into the highland cloud forests during breeding season. What the three-wattled bellbird is best known for, though, is its loud call. It makes these metallic bong and ding sounds, hence the name bellbird. It hardly sounds like a bird at all. Even an expert bird caller like me cannot do it justice.
Oh, doesn't sound like I'll be mistaking it for a Quetzal.
I just realized something. There's that tape where Snake says giant stone balls, and then there's this tape where he says nothing more important to a man than his beard. So you do a little bit of editing, and you can see where that's going. Oh fuck. I need to write that down. I need to write down all these tapes and things. Oh yeah. Nothing more important to a man than his giant balls. Or stone balls. Or just balls. Damn. If you just know the script, it's a gold mine.
Do you know the national bird of Costa Rica? Honestly, and you call yourself an ornithologist? The national bird of Costa Rica is the clay-colored robin. It's a plain-looking brown bird found throughout the country.
Why'd they make it the national bird then? Are there all kinds of better-looking birds like the Quetzal?
Ah, the clay-colored robin has the most exquisite song. And I think it is part of the Costa Rican national character to choose a bird everyone knows and loves over prettier ones.
Somehow these people don't strike me as being very Latin.
Speaking as an ornithologist, I am rather happy with that choice. Not all birds have to be pretty. Oh, and just so you know, the Quetzal is the national bird of Guatemala.
So if we get a random fourth person, we can throw Peace Walker, maybe.
The scarlet macaw and the great green macaw are also representative birds of Costa Rica. Macaws are a type of parrot, enormous, stately birds.
Macaw. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
But of course you have. You are an ornithologist, no?
Stop it!
So, tell me, where do macaws live in Costa Rica today?
Oh, come on now.
I am only teasing you. Macaws live not in the cloud forests, but in the rainforests on the Pacific side of Costa Rica. In the past, they were a common sight all across the country. But lately, the population has decreased dramatically. One possible cause is the pesticide sprayed to facilitate large-scale banana cultivation.
Evicted from their own land, huh?
Thankfully, conservation efforts have been gaining some momentum lately.
Oh shit. Yeah, we should probably do this one.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to...
Close to what?
Your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
Okay, so?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz?
Maybe the guy has a bit of an ego problem. Maybe.
How are you enjoying Mother Base so far?
Ah, it is wonderful.
Good to hear. I was worried someone as cultured as you would find the plant a little uncouth.
Uncouth? You've got albatross, and frigate birds, and terns, and tropic birds. Seabirds I have never had a chance to see in France.
Oh, well, great.
Sorry, I know I should not spend all day chasing birds. Is there anything I can help with?
I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure what I could ask you to do.
Well, I'm certainly not cut out to shoot a gun.
Cecile, where'd you learn to move through the forest like that? The birds weren't scared of you at all.
Becoming one with the forest is the very essence of bird watching. They won't behave naturally if they sense a human nearby. And that can really affect your observations.
I see. Kind of like scouting then.
I am also good at spotting birds from a distance, tracking them based on the tiniest of clues, and being aware of my surroundings.
You're starting to sound even more like a scout.
The only way to find a bird is to think like a bird. Now, think you can find a place for me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, her bird watcher skill is useless, we found out, right? Last time. But she hints at it. Seeing birds from distance and tracking them. I don't know if we can trade, dude, because I have absolute shit tier people in this save. So, what rank is the guy? Oh god, all of these. Oh, I thought you wanted to trade it. Yeah, we can do the France tapes later, okay. Alright, this is more... This is more advanced, because it's not just tracking, it's co-op tracking. Oh, we can trade my Kojimbo for it. And then I can trade it back if you want it. Because I kind of want to try it out too. Because marking for other people, you can already do that with like regular marking. Let's see. Should we trade it or should we just host it? Wait, not this.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission.
You want another Kojima? How many Kojimas are you up to now? Alright, that's it. Yeah, I kinda wanna try it myself. I can even just give him back, you know? Alright. Host it. Now we need to put Kojimbo. Well, this save is going nowhere, man. So you might as well take him back. Unless they're common. So we give our Kojimbo away. Kojimbo is really useful to trade with other S ranks early in the game, huh? Alright. Build an all Kojima MSF, yes. Let's see. There he is. We got two guys. Oh, we got, okay. Oh, look. Oh, there he is. Bird watcher. Nice. And random other people. Oh, you have two of them. Chipmunk. Should I take Chipmunk? I can take this other guy too. Like, he's lower rank. I don't really give a shit about their rank, but... Oh, no, it has to be... Okay, we'll do Chipmunk. You can have... your third Kojima. Alright, cool. Now trading. Done. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, okay. All right, cool. I'll try it out. We can do both. I can host it and do it. So we can see how not only there's marking, there's a co-op marking. Imagine having co-op in a fucking army co-op base thing. God, that's the thing. I never stopped to think about it. It makes so much sense to have co-op when you have like an army going on for yourself in this game. And it's such a fucking ridiculous waste of a concept of an army and its base if you don't have co-op. And oh god. That's another way to look at it.
Snake, the Peace Walker platform and AI have been shipped to the final testing base. Once assembled, it's only a matter of time before they launch the nukes. Hurry!
So tell me, what do they mine around here?
Gold, if I am not mistaken.
Gold? No kidding. I wonder what would be the fastest way to...
I do not know how much success they have had. You do not hear of anyone still operating mines around here.
Oh.
Generally speaking, people here are not too thrilled with outside capital coming in and taking away the country's natural resources. 4 years ago, a group of protesters hurled stones at the Parliament building when people found out the country had been bestowing mining rights to foreign companies.
Because I know you. If I host the tapes, you're just gonna spam fucking uniforms in the background, aren't you? Fuck it.
Snake, the
It's okay. You can do a couple of uniforms, I guess. Who do you take me for? Alright, it'd be really cool if you could listen to tapes in the room with everybody in the room. But I guess that could be spoilers for some people. But that would actually be a really cool option if you could listen to tapes together in co-op. Co-op tape listening. Oh, fuck.
I remember those barracks. They're full of crisscrossing pathways, so visibility is terrible.
Perfect for sneaking.
That may be true, but it will also be easy to lose your fix on where you are. You could end up bumping into enemies when rounding corners, too.
Did I hear you quit?
You'll get a better view on the roof, but naturally you will be more easily spotted, and there are few places to hide. If you are going up there, get a quick lay of the land and then come back down. The soldiers there do not have access to many long-range weapons, most likely because of the terrain. A sniper rifle could be really advantageous there.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good luck, Snake.
Hopefully it doesn't keep failing. Yeah, I heard you quit there in the background.
A base disguised as a mine? We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret bases.
Aliens?
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back.
I love Kazuhiro. This is a UFO tapes.
UFOs.
What?
UFOs.
UFOs?
UFOs. Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilations.
Cattle mutations?
No. Not mutations. Mutilations. is a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say the bodies are drained of blood and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Wow, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like. Or if it was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
UFOs kidnap people, too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Hill abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s? So when I first saw the Colibri, I thought it was a UFO.
The Fulton recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I'd take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 vara tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it. I'll give you one thing, though. I've never seen anything move like that. Maybe the CIA really did make contact.
You see? It's true! You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep. It was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, he started talking to me. Inside my head.
Inside your head?
He said his name was Altargoso Elbaki Muñudar. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapons.
The Andromeda Galaxy? Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
Elbaki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente, and still we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong and set off a chain reaction of retaliation...
I know. This planet could destroy itself at any time.
Ah, shit, Babort. I have to use Snake. Damn. Well, I guess you get to mark... Wait, does that mean you have to use Snake too? Is it fine? Okay. Oh, okay, so only the host has to use Snake? Okay, cool.
Stealth.
Co-op marking. Nice. Oh, it's when you replay the mission that you can use other characters. Fuck, that escaped me. It's not gonna look any different to me then, but whatever. I guess I'll have to do like a side mission or something. Incidentally, this is the first chapter 3 mission.
How's the horse doing?
Not too bad. You'd never know he was over 20 years old.
He was hers after all.
Seems like some part of her became a part of him.
platform and the cerebral AI are supposed to be assembled at an underground base disguised as a mine. If my guess is right, both of them have already arrived and are being readied for final testing. Destroying the platform will be difficult. I suggest getting up close and destroying the AI instead. Whatever you do, I'm begging you, don't let my Peace Walker launch a nuke. Hurry, Snake!
Hey, look, another thing that this game does better. Marking. I really want to try myself, though. We'll do a side mission after this. Oh, with the Kaz outfit, nice.
Peace Walkers in a base due west of your current position. Move out.
He's marking shit for me now. Ah, there you go. Let's see what shit you brought. Brought the Fulton launcher and sleep gas grenades. And I don't suppose, what if I steal your... That'd be nice if it worked. Probably not. Based on the character, not the item. What are we doing up here? Okay. Might as well steal this.
Understood. Maintain heightened alert. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Now.
It's only a PSP game after all. Okay, I'll just shoot everybody in the leg with 1911.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Shit, is there another guy? Oh, there is. This is what happens when you co-op. My fault though, because I fired a Fulton launcher first. We also have
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
This is a strange date with Kaz in the box here. I was gonna drop this.
Box time.
Oh shit, you can drop it when there's somebody in it.
It's not over yet.
Recreate date with Kaz. What is going on in there?
Don't die on me.
Okay, I want to drop this though. So get the fuck out.
Peace. Sneak out.
Tough rabbits.
Go
The
west,
bids.
Snake. West.
See you later. Sneak out.
Wait, you can climb ladders? Interesting.
Looks like the base you're after has been made to look like a mine.
You do not need a ladder. You could just do a roll to get to the roof.
What is that thing called when you do that flip? Rolling? You're headed for a...
Snake. Go west, Snake. Not all enemies will be on the ground. Watch for There's some straw below you. You can dive into it with the action button.
Sneak out.
Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Back in the time of the Crusades, members of the Order of Assassins used what is called the Assassin's Straw Box to hide and get close to their enemies.
We have no more enemies, huh?
Don't be an idiot.
Too bad there's no more enemies.
Not looking good.
Does it look different if there's two people in it while beating people up in it? Like, if you beat up an enemy, Does it do anything different, I wonder?
Come on now.
You tried. There's no way you're done with MGS4 already. What?
It's not over yet.
MGS4 was done like 11 hours ago.
Thanks.
Do you know if the animation's different, Dim? If you beat up people with the assassin box with somebody in co-op? Maybe, probably not, huh? I guess this is a good mission to do in co-op. You can auto-Fulton them if the second player has it equipped. Really? Shit. Okay, I'll bring it for this next mission. Let's try that. I've never seen that before. Zoom through. It was a pretty slow MGS4 run too. It was like, what, 15 plus hours instead of the usual 11 or 12. Some people just have no concept of how long the games are, I don't know. Yes, 15 hours speedrun. We will need a fourth rando for Peace Walker fight, the first Peace Walker fight. If Mr. Man is still there. I want to see this Otto Fulton thing. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Damn it! You've been spotted by the guards. Take them out before they take you out.
So I will bring... Shit. Muscle memory kicking in. So let me bring this box.
They must have had to clear a considerable amount of forest to open up that mine.
No doubt. So much for any hiding places, too.
And it is not just the forest. Without the proper precautions, the mine's wastewater could pollute the groundwater. And to top it all off, they're developing nuclear weapons there too. How can people care so little about their own country?
I'm not the one to ask about that.
Well, you may have abandoned your country, but you still treasure where you came from.
You think so?
Sure. I know you do.
Paz, you... Whatever you do, never stop loving your country.
Take a look, Snake. That place is as wide open as a soccer stadium. Best to use a long-range weapon.
Oh, that's right.
I can see several exits.
Soccer.
Right. Don't get too focused on any one of them.
Copy that.
Go get 'em, Snake.
Central Americans saying soccer. I hope you were ready. Timer just ran out. Okay, well, wait for the second wave where they come close and beat up a random guy with the assassin's straw box.
There's no turning back now, Snake. Wipe out the
Oh
enemy.
shit, why did you bring the PTRD? Oh, that's a PRS, semi-auto one.
Keep your eyes peeled for snipers. A good one can hit you from a mile away.
How to fuck up the kidnappers all the way there. I have 2 Mark 22s, look at that. The suppressor difference, interesting. I love stealing people's shit. Best feature in co-op in this game is stealing people's shit. Alright, we'll get one guy from this wave. AI co-op? What the fuck is AI co-op? Synchronized rolls. Okay. Gas these guys. Or smoke. Smoked ourselves, but whatever. Right. Leave one guy for the box. Alright, here.
You can fit up to 2 people inside an assassin's straw box.
Nice. The auto Fulton. Oh shit. One person beats him up and one person Fultons. That's really nice. I didn't want to do all of them with the box, but I guess we can. It has durability, like it wears out after a while.
They've got rocket launchers.
Yeah, it's breaking down. There's quite a few though. Oh shit, I can't sprint anymore. Oh shit. Oh well. Yeah, I was gonna do that too. Look at all the items. Oh, they're all just coming up here. Perfect. Ultimate AI right here. Oh, they're also coming up here. What's he doing? He got wrecked. Oh shit. Wow, this is like the opposite of what should have happened. Oh, you did the same shit, more or less. At least the guy came down. Alright, mission complete, and how? That was a refreshing way of doing this mission. People cannot seem to grasp the fact that there is co-op in this game. I'm playing with Dim Brightman. There's no way you could possibly have co-op on a PSP game and not on a PS4 game. Maybe we need to do this more often because people can't even seem to understand what they're missing out on. Yeah, PS3 game, right. It's like the second or third person who thought it was fucking like AI. What? Never seen that before. And I've streamed this game a lot. This is probably Shinkawa's worst design. I mean, it's ridiculous and silly. It's supposed to be, but still, what the fuck, man? Alright, I'll do this myself, and then if we still have the people around for it, for the Peace Walker throw, we'll do that.
Snake, that's Huey's unmanned weapon, the Cocoon. Put it out of commission.
Technically, Ground Zeroes is also part of V, but yeah.
Let's rock.
That is El Escarabajo, the beetle. Even we don't know the Escarabajo's weaknesses.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
You could try asking that scientist, Huey, right? This is just common sense, but once it fires a missile, it must take time to reload. And moving a machine of that size must require the release of considerable amounts of heat. Another option would be to take out its weapons. Sorry I wasn't much help.
Oh, Jesus Christ,
You're
here we
giving
go.
me some ideas.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the Cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the Cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
Incidentally, Ground Zeroes, the only good thing about MGS-V, suffered a similar fate to Peace Walker. For different reasons, but the end result being the same. The people didn't fucking play or buy it. Because, it's a $40 demo, it's a $30 demo. Fucking idiots, you have no idea what you're missing out on. The only good thing in MGS-V, I will pay $400 for Ground Zeroes before I have to play the Phantom Pain again. Holy shit. So, both Peace Walker and Ground Zeroes are underappreciated for different reasons, but similar fate. Let's fuck with this gigantic thing. That's Huey's weapon, the cocoon. I say. Shit. I'm playing this in PS3. Keep blowing myself up. Fucking machine gun chainsaw. What the fuck? Limiting threat? I never heard it say that before. What the fuck? That's weird. It doesn't say that usually. Doesn't it say something else when it's about to crush you? That was fucking weird. Maybe because I already hit it a little bit. Maybe because I destroyed the chainsaw. Or hit the chainsaw. That was fucking weird.
The arm, it's reactivated. Try and finish it off for good.
It's actually quite annoying if you're trying to coordinate with people. But yeah, no, I never heard that line before, I don't think. From the regular cocoon, a limiting threat. I'm pretty sure it usually says something different or nothing when it's about to crush you.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Got me? Okay. How did that miss before the recoil? we're gonna have a big red glowing weak point right in front of it. Although technically it is armored.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
It's gonna derp now. Where is it gonna derp? Gonna hope a derp now.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
With the Shagohod? Hopefully you mean the Shagohod is worse, because the Shagohod is quite literally the worst boss fight in the series. Okay.
The ladder on the side of the treads. You can use that to
I
get
don't
on
know,
top.
man. I wouldn't say if this is the best example of promise. That's sad.
You're gonna want to take out.
See the ladder on the treads?
The shallow Anthropos. At least you're not fucking locked on rails.
They've got a lock on you. Move it.
You shoot rockets at myself.
Use the ladder.
Oh shit, you can't use this one up here. Fuck. Ah. This. Oh god, I'll have to get lucky. See if this stuff is enough. Otherwise I'll have to climb down again. Probably won't be enough. Yeah. The grenade's gonna suck. Shit. I have to slowly accept my fate that I have to climb back down. Oh shit. That sucks. If only I had the throne supply block, but the placement you can't put up there. Yes, yes.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly. Attack the AI pod to destroy its hatch. It's the do you have enough energy?
Now jump onto it from the high area in front. Now's your chance to get in. Now's your chance. Now's your chance. Now's your chance to get in.
Hurry up and get in the AI pod.
He's finally. And chaff grenades last like nothing. And the fucking supply drop almost never gives you any chaff grenades.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
How convenient. Yeah. Oh shit, we got the armor. Okay. Of all things. Didn't get the railgun, but we got the armor. Okay. Let me do this.
Let's get this mission started.
I want to try this guy with marking. What was his name? Chipmunk. I think. Where is he? Oh, I didn't put him in the freaking combat unit. We got a bunch of new stuff here. There's so many myths going on about this game. Like, oh, if you destroy this, if you hurt that, if you do this... No. Oh god. I mean, some are true, some are not.
Let's get this mission started.
Okay, so let me see. Chipmunk.
Stuff.
And we can go around marking people. This game did it first, of course. What are we even doing in this mission? Oh. We'll be fine. I've never done this in Peace Walker. Marking through binoculars. Oh, these guys are not in the same spot. Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, wait. Ooh, nice. Oh, but it doesn't stay. You have to keep looking at it. Now I see. This is supposed to be like a co-op thing.
Wait.
Like you're marking for other people. Nice, nice. Is it the same with the regular marking? I can do it. Okay, so this one stays. You had to actively look at him too. Maybe. Oh, okay. That makes so much more sense. This is made for co-op, like sniping, spotting, or whatever. Or to just point at enemies.
Wait.
And marks one at a time. Just so this basically means it lets people know who you're looking at and where they are.
Can't be imagining things.
Ah, that's nice. That makes so much sense. Now I get it. It cancels the regular. That's why it's okay.
Don't move.
It's a co-op thing. I was wondering why I was canceling out earlier. Alright, fuck it. You should add the gas people to that, Dim. I feel like the gas people fit with fucking Big Medic's hallucinations.
Snake, Peace Walker is in a hangar at the very bottom of the mine. Infiltrate the base and put a stop to the project by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod.
Stealth.
Let's see. Okay, we're good.
Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. To hear Amanda tell it. Trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them.
Holy shit. I'm pretty tired right now, so I might not be at my best in terms of patience. But holy fuck, that guy walked in and the first three things that he said is stupider than the other. What's stupider than the other? And it's pissing me off. Grant me the strength.
Wow, you made it all the way to El Basilisco's hangar. None of us has ever gone that far. I have no idea what the underground base is like.
Wish I could say the same.
It'll most likely be some kind of building, so...
Plenty of places to hide.
Right, but security will be extremely tight. Do not forget that the odds are stacked heavily against you.
Yeah.
Nice, Mei Ling is here. We can maybe, I don't know if you have the time to, but we might need somebody to throw Peace Walker with again. Let's see. Did I do all these tapes? God, I'm losing it. Now, that guy had to be trolling, right? Better luck during dog's
The
shift.
enemy's still on high alert after that last tangle. Don't get yourself caught.
Somebody there! Hey!
Sorry, guys.
That elevator should take you underground. To use the elevator, press the action button in front of the switch.
Yeah, well, the Peace Walker fight will be soon. So, can we get... Oh, wait, no. First I have to get captured. Never mind. I don't know. We have to do the torture first. So if I want to do the 2 optional torture sessions, how does that work in co-op? I'm not entirely sure, actually.
Freeze.
What's that?
Maybe a little elbow grease will get those shutters open. Try tapping the action button as fast as you can. Nice, Snake. From here, it's a straight shot to Peace Walker's head.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Ah, Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check. Everyone, take a break. I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
You've returned.
We should be able to do it in within an hour.
Your body
Maybe.
temperature has fallen.
You're imagining things.
Have you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets?
No regrets.
About your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description. Jack.
Yeah, I want to do the extra rounds of torture. I was wondering how that works in co-op.
Drop your weapon,
Maybe
big boss.
you can't, I don't know.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, big boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
Lobo is the name.
Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me.
I know all about you. Sulina Yarsk, 10 years ago.
You were involved.
The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Shouldn't a suit like you be back in Langley? What the hell are you doing here?
It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Détente, the NPT. SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the commander of a Russian sub refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the world from all-out nuclear war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coltman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT II talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring
The QTE time, longest in the game. Ooh, that was close. Almost fucked that one up. Booba grab. If you do it right, that's your reward.
Take him away.
Yeah, we're gonna do the optional sessions of torture, kind of like an MGS1. If you keep waiting in the cell and not knowing how to escape or missing your chance to escape, there will be a couple extra torture sessions with extra dialogue, just like an MGS1. Also, we get a rare tape, and Snake has been captured. There's a tape that's not between Snake and someone else, which is a rarity in Peace Walker, unlike some other game.
Snake, I hope you can hear me. Word is you've been captured by Strangelove. I'm guessing they confiscated your gear, but I know you've still got something left. Search your memory, Snake.
So instead, we get a tape of Kaz and Amanda.
Any word from Snake?
I can't get through. Strangelove must still have him.
No.
We just have to trust the boss and wait.
For how long?
Amanda, you're cute when you're angry. But please calm down. He's prepared for situations like this.
With what? They'll find whatever he has on him.
No, they won't. Because this is something a lot more personal than equipment. And Snake never would have gotten rid of it.
And of course, he tries to flirt.
I didn't defect. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
Rise and shine.
Well, maybe we can find out, Dim.
Coldman's greed does not concern me. I'm only interested in one thing. The truth. I'm a scientist, an AI developer, but not an AI myself. I'm a scientist, and as a scientist, I find this distasteful. You understand? I am a scientist, and I expect answers that make sense. Now, what
I think she might be
know?
a scientist.
Your boss defected from the US, taking a Davy Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory.
Announcement.
That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not? Answer me! Did she or did she not die for her country?
It's okay, they're tickling rods.
She sold us out. My orders were to take care of her.
Liar! I want to know the truth! Brace yourself.
She's just trying to charge up the battery.
You hate me? Fine. Turn it up. It doesn't change the fact that I killed her.
I know that. But what I don't know is your motive. Why would a hero, loyal to the end, betray her country? What really happened? What did you see?
She betrayed more than just her country. She betrayed me, too.
Then how do you explain that bandana? Why keep a memento of a traitor?
What are you talking about?
And what about that scar? Don't tell me you have the same scars by sheer coincidence.
Don't touch me!
Decorating your body with her memory. Rather effeminate, if you ask me. Answer me!
Yeah, Hader was motorboating Chris Zimmerman Salter to record this. That would explain everything.
Admit it! She sacrificed her life for America, didn't she? Sacrificed all for a country that cared nothing for her soul or for her dignity. And you... Yes, I do hate you. But even you must understand how I feel. I have a right to know what she died for. Why won't you tell me? You're no longer one of Washington's lapdogs. You have no moral obligation to your country. Answer me! Would you see your beloved boss brought back to life? Then say it. Say she died for America. That she remained true to the end. Gave her life for the country that betrayed her time and again.
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Face it, the boss is dead. Whatever's inside that machine, it isn't her.
I'm raising the voltage. The next one might kill you!
Let's let her do some damage. And then charge the battery.
Why? Why not just give up?
Oh, the electrocution emotes.
He's passed out.
Get in there!
Alright, we're gonna wait here. There's a couple more exchanges between Snake and Strangelove in the next torture sessions. Yeah, I thought about it, Dim.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Apparently it's not a good idea to do co-op and try to get extra scenes. So we'll do absolutely nothing.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Except listen to Kaz rap.
Couldn't you unlock that? 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 Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Can't even crawl under the bed, damn it.
Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Quiet, you.
I guess if I don't use a jigsaw, then...
Stop it!
Whoa, this guy means business. If you don't use a jigsaw, do you still get the line about using something sharper next time? Maybe not.
Quiet, you.
I don't remember.
Stop it!
Damn.
Quiet, you.
That's why they say next here. Because I guess in co-op, it's the other person.
Ready to talk now?
I've got nothing to say to you.
I think you do. Very well then.
And Johnny is only mentioned in one of the soldiers' quotes. If you look at your soldiers in other ways, they casually reference Johnny, but he's not in the game.
Kill me. I don't care. I killed her.
No, that is not what I want to know.
Do it. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me.
Stop it!
Kill me.
Shut up! Kill me. Shut up!
Oh, she's the only one who shut up. Damn, that's a pretty long one.
You. Take him away.
Get in there!
Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
What about the ID card, Snake?
Oh, this is different rap now.
What about the ID? What about the ID card? 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 What about the ID card, Snake? What about the ID card? What about the ID? What about the ID? What about the ID? What about the ID? What about the ID card, Snake? Give it a try.
I wonder what the second call here is if you don't have the card. Maybe it's just, couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
What about the ID? What about the ID? What about the ID? What about the ID card, Snake? Give it a try.
Alright, there's one more and they start repeating, so we'll just do one more. Yeah, the bed is pretty big. It's like a full-size bed.
What about the ID? What about the ID? What about the ID card, Snake? Give it a try.
ID card stolen from Strangelove. Appears to open locks inside a prison, but which ones is unclear.
What about the ID card, Snake? Give it a try.
Checks out okay.
Oh, fuck! I wanted to press against the thing. I forgot I had the ID card equipped. Oops. So about that. Shit. Shit, now I can't get it. Yeah, it's game over. Where did you get these? Ah, fuck.
Snake? Snake!
I wanted to press against the cell door. I guess we had to do the entire thing again, but we can skip this time. Damn, that really sucks. That really sucks. Fucking hell, I just... because it's triangle, press... God damn it.
What about the ID card, Snake?
Oh wait, is it
Give
a
it a
checkpoint? No. But Kaz's call changed. Fucking hell, dude.
You suck!
Yeah, I deserve that. Yeah, don't try to press against the door with the ID card equipped.
That would explain everything.
Let's see what we get. I'm pretty sure I just restarted the whole mission. So... or no, it could have been a checkpoint. This technically was like a loading screen, maybe. I really have no idea what we're getting next. But going by the call, this seems to be after the first session.
What about the ID card, Snake?
So maybe...
give it a try.
Maybe we'll still get the third session now. Or I guess after the second session. So we might still be able to get the third one now. The third one is when it's the one they used for the trailers.
Quiet, you. Stop it!
Let's see what we get.
Come on!
Let's have it. The truth.
I think this is the last one. Yep.
All I'm gonna say.
Is that so?
Okay, it wasn't too bad. This is the last session before dialogue repeats.
Up the voltage. Tell me. Tell me.
I don't hate you anymore.
Do it. Tell me. I killed her.
Please, stop! Stop it!
I killed her. My beloved. With my own hands.
Stop it! That's not what happened. You're lying!
Okay. All right. The truth. She betrayed her country.
Liar! She's not a traitor! I don't understand it. Take him away.
Get in there!
Alright, a little bit of fuck up with the ID card there. I wonder what Kaz's call will be now. More rapping.
What about the ID
Ah,
card,
it's the same one.
Snake?
Okay.
What about the ID? What about the ID card, Snake? Give it a. What about the ID? What about the ID? What about the ID card, Snake? Give it a try.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
Our future is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
I know it
We're
is
just
not
getting
easy,
generic calls
but
now.
I have faith in you.
Our future is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
What's going on? There must be hostiles in the area.
Our future is in your hands.
Let's go get Big Medicors here. How to action button.
We're counting on you, boss. All right. Fulton recovery.
I think we got a line about the jigsaw. Probably not, because I didn't use it. I don't remember if it changes.
Snake.
Yeah.
It's good to hear your voice again. Sorry. Hey, you okay?
Yeah. My lungs taste like charcoal.
No smoking for you for a while, huh?
Nah, I'll be fine. I better get moving.
Nice work.
What's the situation with you? Everyone okay?
Yeah, but there's a slight problem. I can't get a hold of Paz.
Paz? I thought the professor was looking after her.
So did I. Here's the deal. I started thinking, and I sent someone over to the school the professor mentioned.
And the school doesn't exist.
No, it exists, but Paz has been a no-show. The person at the school said neither the professor nor Paz had been seen there in quite some time.
Coleman knew about us. We've been marked by the CIA. The KGB and Paz brought us into all this. Coleman must know about them too.
You think Coleman's got them?
No. Remember, Galvez isn't some pencil pusher.
Yeah, the KGB will have eyes on Coleman night and day too, which could mean they knew what the CIA would try to do and are just staying out of sight.
Let's hope so. See what you can get out of the KGB, Kaz.
All right, back to work.
I better get moving.
Snake, we haven't detected any signs that Peace Walker's been activated, at least from above ground. It's still in the hangar you were in earlier. This time, it's really our last chance. Destroy that AI.
On my way.
Alright, just gotta do a little quick sneaky mission here, and then we'll get to the Peace Walker fight. And that's when we need to throw it. This might be the most that people have ever seen it, or the most people that have ever fuck, I am so tired I can't fucking speak properly anymore. This might be the most people who have ever seen Peace Walker get thrown, I would imagine. So it's pretty rare to see this.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
Let's see. Nothing new here. Yeah, we're throwing it. After this mission, should be quick enough. We should maybe keep throwing it until maybe we can destroy that way.
Time's running short. Get over to Peace Walker's hangar now.
Or maybe it does like half damage every time, so you can never actually kill it that way.
Freeze! Freeze!
Freaking
Hide
crits.
until the elevator arrives. Don't let anyone detect you.
We're also gonna figure out if... I don't think it matters who hosts it.
Enemies that coordinate their attacks are too much trouble when you're solo. Just steer clear.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I might just do 50% damage every time so that you can never actually kill it with it.
What was that?
Freeze!
Because it was like 15 and 25. Of course, 3 Dog will continue with Peace Walker. What are we going to do? Randomly switch games? I'm going to hand him over to save.
Walker can't be far. Hurry.
Ah, shit, I hit all the way in the back there.
Someone's firing at us! Going to alert status!
What's wrong?
Where's he
What's
going?
going on over there?
Oh shit. Don't mind me. Oh fuck, I was close.
It's too late, Big Boss.
Snake!
Paz. At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with. Should have taken care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete.
Finished.
With the boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, Your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal part. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy!
I'll let you in on a little secret, Big Boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. The trade winds will scatter the fallout all over the surrounding region. Crops and fish will die, leaving plenty of free hands to help us mass-produce Peace Walker. Oh, and wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone, too. Oh well, all the better to test the warhead, CEP. You bastard! I wonder who'll miss a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, we're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory, traverse any kind of terrain, and deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable. Unstoppable. The perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly why we must deter it here and now. And the Peace Walker Project is the key. The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan, we must launch!
Snake!
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
I gotta say that the perfect detergent with Ocean Wash is pretty smart. That's an old emote. I don't really give a shit upgrade. I can tell when pizza's boring, so even if you get it right, I don't care. We must launch. And we must launch Peace Walker, if anything. That's what they mean by launching the nuke. With the entire yeet, the entire fucking thing.
What? What did I do?
Self-defense system online. Self-defense system online.
Snake, the pod's outfitted with a self-defense module. Upon detecting attack, it aborts its command and enters small target suppression mode. Right now, Peace Walker's highest priority target is you. Here it comes.
You should probably fit the 3 New York style pizzas in one Costco pizza. Let's take it easy. I have a few tapes to do first, guys. Behave. Alright. Dim, Mei-Ling, Mr. Man, get in.
Peace Walker's active, and its self-defense system is targeting you, Snake. You better find a way to stop it quick.
Do I have all of you guys in friend? I think we already did this, so I think so. It must be them. These three. The three losers playing Peace Walker right now.
Be careful, Snake. I have no advice on dealing with El Basilisco's attacks, but you may be able to use its size against it. Its movements will probably be just as big, meaning it should give some kind of warning before most of its attacks.
That's true.
It might be good to start out by studying its movements, watching what it does before each attack. That should help you avoid most of them. And weapons that walk always have one guaranteed weakness.
The legs.
Right. Destroy its legs, and you'll stop it from moving. You might even be able to knock it on its back if you're lucky. Just make sure you are out of the way first.
Oh, fuck. Alright. We're not getting any randos, are we? Yeah, bring the slingshot too, just in case. Shit, now there's 5 people. Mr. Man, just send a freaking PSN thing to OHN on Score TV. I wonder if you can join if I add you in real time. Should be able to. At the very least, I can invite you if I see you. Alright, send me a friend request while we play this tape.
Peace Walker contains an assembly of 2 AI pods. One of them is the mammal pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the reptile pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The reptile pod is the attitude control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The mammal pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the mammal pod.
Alright, let's quickly send a friend request. Yes. What kind of... okay. Man buns. Used to call him. I think that is correct. Eat.
We call it the reptile pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean.
Huh.
The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name.
Are you able to join, Mr. Man? Or maybe I just... oh, he hasn't even accepted me yet. Never mind.
The part of our brain that developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own. Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground. Ouch! But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next.
We need Mr. Matt because he has the camaraderie with Dim. Okay. Get in here. Wait.
Let's rock.
Are you able to join? We need Mr. Matt to do what we're trying to do. You need camaraderie, and he has a camaraderie with Dim. So, we don't have a choice. In fact, we're about to find out if it matters who hosts it. Well, it says you're in a game here, so. Yeah, totally. Hydra on a new save. Alright, cool. Incidentally, we already did this with exactly these 4 people before, so you guys already know what's going on, which also helps. If you want to bring the slingshot, shit. Did you get disconnected? Uh-oh. Three answers to a simple question. What was the question? But that's Twitch chat for you. Can we maybe... One person's ready. Are you guys alive? Hmm. Alright, we're just gonna keep yeeting it and see if we can end the fight that way, I guess. If it even works. If it doesn't work, then we might need Dim to host it. Or you just stop being a pleb and buy a PS3, you know? Alright. Let's see if we can get it. Remember, don't tap too fast until all 4 people are ready. Just bait the thing. Maybe somewhere.
System online. Flamethrower engaged.
Is this a good spot? No, it's gonna piss. Yeah, tease it. Ah, fuck. Good job. Not a single person shot him down. Who keeps getting wrecked? Ah, fuck. And I found the PKM.
Shoot it down before it hits.
God, we can't even get his stomp at all right now. Come on, oh, come on, what a bitch. I don't have the PKM. Now we don't have to lower health. It's just being a complete asshole. It's climbing over things that it shouldn't right now. Thanks for the PKM, Mailing. Look at that, it's floating on that? What's going on? It's like standing on top of that water tank. That's weird. It's running on water. Tape shoes. So Peace Walker is vamp, is what you're saying. Can you please stomp me? Step on me, please. Maybe, oh, maybe it's not going for me because, like, is it aggroing one person in particular? And that one person might not be at the right spot. I don't know why you guys are, like, all over the place. You have to stand, like, slightly in front of the leg. for it to stomp like here. But she's being a bitch. Oh, come on, man. Not a single stomp was had that day. Not a single stomp. Oh yeah, it's not going for me. It's going for Dim, and Dim is fucking around with the pole. Shit. Fuck, no weapons. Oh, for fuck's sake. You pooped out some taco chips. Maybe we should do damage to it. There you go. At least it's stomping out. Somebody get it. Fuck, I forgot to bring a weapon. Alright, we got it. Okay. So it's a host thing. It's a host problem, because it didn't do it. At least now we know. Alright, fuck it. It's gotta be a host problem. Because we did it with exactly these 4 people before. So I guess Dim has to host it, or Mr. Man. That's okay. It was worth finding out. You think we need to do damage before it starts stomping? I don't know. I think it has to do with whoever it was going after. Anyway, yeah, you guys host it then. Yeah.
Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Survival. Let's rock.
Damn, I don't have any interesting camos here. Wait, who the fuck did we do it with? I thought we did it with Mei Ling. Didn't we do this before? Oh, it was Ragnarok? Oh, fuck. Sorry. I thought it was me. No, that's okay. That's why I remember her. She was in the chat. That's right. We were fucking waiting on Ragnarok for like 20 minutes. And we were joking that he was reading the terms of service every time. First he was reading the terms of service to PSN, and then and then Peace Walker, and then Konami and whatever. I remember now. Yes. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Ragnarok is the kind of guy that will read the terms of service for anything. Alright, let's see. Interesting that it looks at the host. I think the damage matters. I think it's whoever's aggroed that needs to be in the right spot. The damage might be like indirectly related. Fuck. Okay, cool. Something to try offline if it stomps with full health or not. Ah, fuck. We all got wrecked. Identity with 92. Thank you. Fuck. Mei Ling dropped her chips again. Fucking hell, dude. It seems like only the host can shoot those down. Cause see that act was shooting at it. That's weird. Who is it trying to... yeah. Fuck. Keep fucking it up. It's so much harder to do co-op because you don't know who it's on. And you can't shoot these down unless you're the host, it seems. Yeah, that was bullshit. Can we please get a good stomp? Yes! No, Mei, why are you all the way over there? No! No, what are you doing with the box? Fuck. Oh well. You're probably really frustrated right now. Fucking up the controls. Don't worry. It's okay, we'll get it. I don't know, this is some bullshit. You can't shoot these down. Ah, fuck, I had it, I moved. Oh, it's okay, this guy's stunned anyway. Oh shit, now I'm stunned. Rip.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request.
Son of a bitch. Starting to need more rations
They've
here.
okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
That lag. Oh, we got it, we got it, we got it. Yes! Yeet! Then it comes back. It destroys the fucking background containers, whatever they are. Alright, that was a good 50%. Yep. It's not worth it for the damage, but it's worth it for the means. Now we keep doing it. Let's see what happens. Everybody gets wrecked by the S-mines. Fuck. Oh, I'm almost... Okay, rip. Another condition is that the host has to have camaraderie, it seems. Because it didn't do it earlier. Get in here. Wait a second, why didn't it eat this time? What? We definitely eated it twice last time. Was it... Well, what? Was it too fast? Maybe somebody didn't join? That's weird.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
That's really weird. The mysteries of the eating of a Peace Walker. Fuck! Yeet again. Oh, last time it was only 3 people? Okay. It keeps coming back. Okay, let's see if we can kill it this way. It seems to have done another 50% damage of what was left, so 25 or so. Okay. Maybe it's impossible to kill it. I have a feeling it might be 50% every time. But, we'll find out. But it destroys a little bit of the background every time, I think. Like those containers in the background, the direction in which we eat it also matters. We can eat it that way and destroy things. Maybe the animation changes, so maybe there's a set amount. I don't know. I don't want that matter over there. What the fuck? It converted to rank 1. Oh god, if only we could get it consistently. Rip. Guys, please. There's me. This is too good. A very efficient way of doing Peace Walker. Wow, we're in such a shitty spot right now.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
This fucking flamethrower. Two stunned people. We need a third yeet to set the new yeet record. Because last time we did it twice. Fucking. Oh shit. Can we turn it around? This is a shitty spot. Seriously, turn it around. Shaft grenades, what the fuck? I think only the host can shoot down the S-mines. Just kind of bullshit. Ooh, who is it on right now? It's on Mr. Man, I think. Yeah, it's on him. You have to bait it, I think. Ah, fuck, he's stunned. No point. Unless we're really fast, maybe. Thanks for the roll. That really helped. And you got yourself killed. If you didn't roll into us, maybe we would have made it. Oh, fuck. And we're in this shitty spot again. Against the wall. Get in here. Get in here. third yeet. It keeps coming back. Now with even less health. Clear what? Oh, you wanna slingshot it? Okay. Why do we have 2 bands? Should I be the ammunition? I kinda wanna keep eating it, but whatever. I can't. Oh, there you go. Well, I guess May is a bullet. Please hurry. It's right here. We're not gonna make it. Fuck. At least it's only, I think. So, fuck. Rip. Can we see if eating it kills it? Come on.
Help each other get out before you get crushed.
So now what? It's down to 1 bar after this, I guess. If it doesn't do anything on 1 bar, then I don't know. Yeah, it's 1 bar. Let's see if you can kill it this way. It's stun locking the fuck out of me right now. Get in here, get in here. Yeet. Something weird would have to happen for it to die off screen, like the cutscene would change. So, yeah, you can't kill it. It's just as I thought, it's 50%. Unless, no, there's no way. It's just 50% every time. Because if it died off in the distance, it wouldn't make any sense in the cutscene. I guess it has to come back. I don't know, I mean, I got it again, but at this point I'm pretty sure it's not gonna kill it. It's amazing though. This is the most anybody's ever seen Peace Walker get yeeted, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's still 1 bar. Okay, fuck it, let's do the slingshot. There's 2 people with the sling band. Come on, guys. Shit, I'm not synced. Come on, stupid thing, sync. Okay. Somebody get in the middle. I think it's triangle, maybe. When everything is in place, you'll get like a triangle prompt. This is gonna suck. I think we just... Oh god, it's gonna be a fucking disaster. I'm stunned. regular yeet. That might actually be helpful.
Human slingshot.
Yeah, right. We're gonna get wrecked by the S-mines instantly. Yep. I don't think we have time to do that. But pride. Oh fuck. How is it gonna leave us alone long enough to do that? We're running low on healing items here. You can't do chaff because the chaff disrupts the sync ring, and if you don't have the sync ring, you can't steal people's equipment. In order to do with chaff grenade, everybody would have to have their own piece of the slingshot. Which we don't, we have to steal other people's. What is going on? Stay still, fuck. Oh shit. Rip.
You have to go help him. There's still time.
Fucking ambulance box. Guys, I think if we don't get it, we should probably finish it. Because, like, 3Dog is waiting to switch, so. We're fucked. Just hit anywhere. I she'll die.
You can use the left stick to rotate.
Fuck!
Work with your teammates and aim at the target.
Should've just launched it, you know? What the shit? What? I'm not synced. Oh. Just fucking fire it. Now turn the other way. What are you doing? Alright. Whoa, what a way to finish it. It's more cinematic if I was the human bullet, I guess, but that's okay. Good job. That was a whole lot of yeeting of Peace Walker, and we found out several things. We found out that the host has to be the one with the camaraderie, and we found out that you can't kill it because it's like a % damage with the yeet. So, cool. Alright, cheers, mate. Thanks for joining. Just in time too, because you have to go. Yep. It's like a wet dog.
Snake, it's getting away!
Quick, the horse that does not have a 3D model. Oh shit. Do we all have to do this shit now? I guess you guys can quit it. I have to do it, but you guys can just turn the console off. There's still four loading screens, loading icons. Oh fuck.
Peace Walker's estimated top speed of
Turn your
level
console
terrain is
off
25
right
miles an
now.
hour.
Come on, I bet you can do at least 30.
Paz is on board the Hind too.
I noticed that.
She's our client. We have to protect her. Snake, don't let Peace Walker get away.
The day is dawning. Go!
This is a real torture, Peace Walker. Not Strangelove.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yet another
Snake, you're entering the woods. Watch out. Peace Walker's getting away.
You can just turn off your PS3, I think. You don't have to do it. Because it won't matter anymore if it'll connect right now. One more. Oh, fuck. That's close. Fucking yeah. Imagine if you had to do this. You're here.
Holy, look at that. Snake, that's the border up ahead.
Yo, Wexford, thank you for the $5, man. Rip. And Genome also with $5 donation. Cheers. Glad you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm really tired, but this was a great way to end the segment. For all the eating. We really have to thank Dim and Mr. Manbuzz, who farmed or, you know, otherwise have the camaraderie to do this. Because it's not enough to just get 4 people together to do it. 2 people have to have at least 10,000 camaraderie. So, damn. It's thanks to them that we're able to do all this eating.
Snake.
Kaz, Peace Walker's gone. They've got Paz too.
Yeah, but...
Why, Kaz? What would Coleman want with Paz?
Paz was with the professor, i.e. the KGB. Once Coleman discovered that, he figured out what was really going on between Paz and Galvez.
He's trying to figure out how the KGB plan to stop Peace Walker. And he thinks he can get the info from Paz.
That's crazy. Paz won't know anything.
Well, he probably doesn't buy that.
You think Galvez has already been killed? By grabbing Paz, Coleman's saying...
Stay out of this, or lose your client.
Damn it! I can't believe we didn't realize what was going on before we lost contact with Paz.
Don't have time for that, Kaz.
Snake.
Paz needs our help.
Right. This isn't about money anymore. You better move. We know where they're headed.
Yeah.
You can thank Amanda.
Snake, that river you chased the Basilisco across is the Rio San Juan. The other side is our country. I had some Nicaraguan compas track it there. They're Focos from the GPP faction, so we don't work together so much.
Where'd it go?
West, along the border, towards Lago Cocibolca.
There's a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of the lake. Ever since that earthquake 2 years ago, America's had the entire region to itself.
That is where the Basilisco is. I'm sure of it.
Lago Cocibolca. How do I get across the border?
There's a route that we use to cross. It's just a little boat, but I can introduce you to the captain.
I appreciate it.
We will never leave Nicaragua at the mercy of someone like William Walker again.
Snake, Coleman's going to launch the nuke from that base. He's targeting MSF. Based on what Huey's told us, it'll take 2 more days to prep for launch. But it looks like there's another reason they picked that date.
What's that?
Tomorrow is day 1 of a US-Soviet summit in Vladivostok. The launch is probably connected somehow.
That's right. They're holding the SALT II talks.
You think Coleman's trying to disrupt the negotiations?
Either that, or use it as a bargaining chip.
He's still got Paz, too. At any rate, we're running out of time.
I'll figure something out.
Oof, okay. Saving. Alright, let's give the save to 3Dog. Hey, upgrade another $5 donation. Thank you. The Costco chicken bacon hot dog on my tab. Give the change. You know, I might just do that. Oof. That was really something. Eating Peace Walker over and over and over. Alright, let's see. Let's give this large leader save to 3Dog. Alright guys, you know the drill by now. Stream is gonna go down a few seconds. We're gonna switch streamers as I give this save to 3Dog. Damn, I'm tired. But we're getting there. Thanks for being here so far, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying the marathon. It's always really, really satisfying to get all the way to the end of these. We're getting there. The 3Dog is going to finish Peace Walker. He's going to start Ground Zeroes and do all that good stuff, I imagine. Well, there's still quite a bit left of Peace Walker. But yeah. Let me give him this save real quick. Maybe we'll play some memes. What memes do we have? Quick meme selection. Let's see. Yeah, we'll play a meme video. A Metal Gear Survive commentary.
He mentioned something interesting. He doesn't know the details. One thing he said doesn't make sense. He claims that what they're doing is the missing piece. Okay, to surpass Metal Gear.
Which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you died.